There are moments in history when a single family bends the world, not with swords, but with something far more dangerous, the quiet power of possibility. Tonight, as you sit with me beside this imagined firelight and the slow hush of its embers, let us return to a city that once trembled at the edge of chaos. Florence, in the year 1434, was a place where rival clans spilled blood in the narrow streets, where towers leaned like watchful sentinels, and where merchants locked their doors at sundown, unsure if morning would still belong to them. Yet beneath that unrest, something ancient and patient stirred, the way a seed waits beneath frozen soil. A force ready to bloom when the right patron dared to believe in a different future. Into this volatile landscape stepped a man returning from exile, a man who understood that influence moves quieter than fear. Cosimo de' Medici came back to Florence not with armies, but with relationships, obligations, debts, and goodwill woven across Europe like a hidden web. He did not need to lift a blade. His currency was trust. His fortress was reputation. His empire was invisibly stitched between minds rather than mapped on land. What followed was not merely the rise of a wealthy house. It was the ignition of a renaissance, a chain reaction that would awaken artists, scientists, explorers, philosophers, and dreamers. A transformation that reshaped civilization because one family mastered the oldest spiritual law: what you give returns in forms you could never predict. And so, as we open the Medici story together, I invite you to settle in. Let the past breathe through the room. Let curiosity guide you deeper. If this journey moves you, consider liking the video, subscribing to Echoes of Wealth, or supporting the channel so we can continue exploring the wisdom hidden beneath the world's empires. There is a particular kind of silence that settles over a city just before change arrives. Florence knew that silence well. It clung to the stone walls of its palaces, to the shadowed arches of the Ponte Vecchio, to the slow water of the Arno that reflected both serenity and danger. In the autumn of 1434, that silence trembled as if holding its breath. The city was preparing to welcome home a man who had once been banished, a man whose return would alter the rhythm of history. Cosimo de' Medici stepped back onto Florentine soil after nearly a year of exile, ordered by his enemies in the Albizzi faction. He did not return as a fugitive. He walked through the city gates as someone whose absence had made him more powerful than his presence ever had. Citizens leaned out of their windows to watch him pass. Bakers paused mid-need. Apprentices dropped their tools. Those who remembered the day he was escorted out under armed guard now whispered that Florence itself seemed to lean forward in anticipation. The bells of the Palazzo Vecchio tolled, not for war or mourning, but as if marking the arrival of a long overdue correction. Cosimo was not a man of spectacle. His clothes were simple, his steps unhurried. Anyone seeing him for the first time might have mistaken him for a modest merchant returning from a long journey. Yet beneath that surface was a mind that moved with the precision of a master architect. In exile, he had not wasted a single day. He had strengthened alliances, extended credit to allies, and quietly withdrawn it from rivals. Every city he passed through became another node in his invisible network. Venice, Rome, Basel, Milan. Each one adjusted its posture toward Florence based on Cosimo's warmth or distance. He understood people better than they understood themselves, and this insight allowed him to wage the kind of war that left no corpses and conquered vast territories of influence. The Albizzi had believed they could defeat him by banishment. They did not realize that exile only widened his battlefield. Cosimo learned how rulers behaved when they thought he was gone. He studied their weaknesses, their ambitions, their dependencies. He saw which Florentine merchants sent secret letters to him, pledging loyalty. He saw which bankers panicked without his stabilizing presence. When he finally received word that the Albizzi themselves had fallen into disfavor and the political tides were shifting, Cosimo did not rush home in triumph. He waited. He allowed the anxiety of a Medici-less Florence to mature into longing. When he finally returned, it was not merely a homecoming. It was a reordering of power. Yet the miracle was not in his strategy. It was in his restraint. He did not punish his enemies. He did not confiscate their wealth. He did not even mock their failure. The Florentines, who had grown accustomed to vendettas, expected blood. Instead, Cosimo offered an entirely different form of leadership. He spoke to the Signoria with a calmness that unsettled the room. He reminded them not of his injuries, but of the fragility of the Republic. He spoke of stability, trade, prosperity, and peace. His voice was steady, patient, almost fatherly. In a city of hot tempers, he became the cool stone pillar around which everyone could gather. Behind this calm exterior, however, was a mind that saw Florence not as it was, but as it could be. He envisioned a city where competition gave way to cooperation, where creativity was as important as commerce, where wealth was not hoarded but circulated. This was the foundation of his invisible empire. Cosimo understood that real power does not come from dominance. It comes from being needed by those who would otherwise oppose you. He did not acquire this insight suddenly. It had been forming in him since childhood. As a young man, he had watched his father, Giovanni di Bici de' Medici, build the family bank with quiet discipline. Giovanni avoided ostentation. He treated clients with unusual respect. He lent to the poor as readily as he did to nobles, an act that stunned Florence, which had long regarded charity as a form of weakness. Giovanni's philosophy was simple. Money must move. Wealth must breathe. To hold it too tightly was to suffocate its potential. Cosimo inherited not only this principle, but the temperament to expand it. One of the most revealing stories about Cosimo's character occurred during his father's final days. Giovanni asked for his wealth to be distributed reasonably, but not flaunted. He warned Cosimo that fortune could erode virtue if handled without humility. Cosimo listened. He internalized these lessons, but he also sensed something deeper. Wealth was not merely material. A banker's true vault was the trust he held in the minds of others. It was this understanding that allowed Cosimo to make a decision that risked his entire reputation. He chose to fund a project so ambitious and so uncertain that even the wealthiest families refused to touch it. The Florence Cathedral had been under construction for over a century. Its enormous octagonal space standing open to the sky like a wound that no engineer had yet found a way to close. the city dreamt of a dome that could rival the ancient wonders of Rome, yet no builder dared attempt it. The cost would be enormous. The failure would be catastrophic. Supporting such a venture would invite ridicule. But Cosimo saw something no one else did. He saw a man named Filippo Brunelleschi, a man with eyes that seemed to look at geometry the way poets looked at love. Brunelleschi claimed he could build the impossible. His method was untested, his temperament volatile. Yet there was a conviction in his voice that resonated with Cosimo's instinct for hidden genius. Cosimo funded him, quietly, without demanding that his name be carved into stone. He simply believed. Brunelleschi did the unimaginable. He erected a dome that defied architectural precedent. It rose above Florence like a crown placed upon the city by hands, guided not by certainty, but by faith. The dome became a symbol of the Renaissance before anyone fully understood what the Renaissance was. It was the physical embodiment of what happens when one person sees potential in another and chooses to invest in it. This was the essence of Cosimo's myth. He built Florence not by building monuments, but by building people. Each loan, each act of patronage, each decision to nurture talent became a strand in the web of his influence. Those strands held up a city, then a culture, then an era. Beneath this story lies a spiritual principle that shaped not only Cosimo's life, but the entire Medici legacy. It is the law that what you give with sincerity returns to you multiplied, not always in form, but always in effect. Cosimo gave trust, and he received loyalty. He gave opportunity, and he received stability. He gave vision, and he received immortality. But that principle is only half the story. The other half belongs to finance. Cosimo understood that investing in people, ideas, and symbols yields returns that no ledger can measure. He practiced a form of wealth building centuries ahead of modern thinking. The man was not merely a banker. He was an early architect of psychological capital. Florence did not transform overnight, yet the shift after Cosimo's return was unmistakable. The banks reopened their doors with renewed confidence. Merchants who had once hesitated to send their goods beyond the Apennines resumed their trade routes. Workshops filled with the rhythmic clatter of tools again. It was as though a subtle tension had loosened, allowing the city to breathe more deeply. That change was not caused by new laws or new currencies. It was caused by a single man who understood that stability begins in the mind before it appears in the marketplace. Cosimo possessed a kind of presence that disarmed people without diminishing them. His ability to listen was legendary. Not the polite, impatient listening of a man waiting to respond, but the kind where the listener becomes a vessel for another's thoughts. Diplomats, craftsmen, and scholars all felt strangely at ease in his presence, as if speaking with him allowed their ideas to take on richer shape. Letters from ambassadors across Europe mention this quality again and again. They describe him as a man who could turn tension into cooperation with nothing more than a few quiet words. This temperament made him a master negotiator. The Medici Bank, under his leadership, became an institution woven through the courts of Europe. Branches in Venice, Rome, Geneva, Naples, Bruges, and London became the arteries through which money, influence, and information flowed. Historians often focus on the wealth these branches generated, but the true power of the network lay not in its profits. It lay in the intelligence it gathered. Each letter that arrived in Florence carried whispers of political shifts, trade disputes, military preparations, and personal ambitions of powerful men. In an age when information moved slowly, Cosimo could foresee storms long before they reached the city walls. One of the lesser-known aspects of his method was his fondness for coded correspondence. Many Medici letters contained hidden phrases and numerical patterns understood only by trusted associates. This was not paranoia. It was prudence. A banker whose influence extended into papal elections and royal marriages could not afford careless words. Some of these codes survive today, preserved in archive collections in Florence and Milan, faint traces of a mind that built systems with both delicacy and iron resolve. Yet for all his caution, Cosimo was not immune to the weight of responsibility. There were nights, according to later accounts from his inner circle, when he wandered through the unfinished halls of the Medici Palace in contemplative silence. The palace, designed by Michelozzo, was itself a statement of restraint compared to the grand ambition offered by Brunelleschi, who had wanted to build something immense and theatrical. Cosimo refused. He instructed the architect to design a residence that embodied dignity without arrogance. Thick walls, low windows, a facade that avoided flamboyance. He wanted to live in a way that did not provoke envy. He understood that envy was a political poison, far more lethal than daggers. One evening, standing in the courtyard, he confided in a close advisor that wealth without moderation was a danger to the family. He feared the Medici might one day embrace excess, forgetting the humility that had been their strength. That fear was prophetic. Generations later, his descendants would drift into extravagance, losing the delicate balance that had protected the family for decades. But in Cosimo's time, discipline still ruled every decision. An event early in his leadership revealed the depths of his self-control. During the construction of the family palace, a group of Florentine citizens petitioned the Signoria, claiming the Medici residence would overshadow neighboring buildings and disrupt the harmony of the street. Many nobles, confronted with such accusations, would have reacted with indignation or bribery. Cosimo responded differently. He ordered the palace to be slightly reduced in height and instructed Michelozzo to redesign the facade so it appeared more harmonious with its surroundings. He did this not out of fear, but out of a profound understanding that peace of mind among the people was worth more than architectural grandeur. This sensitivity to public perception extended into his financial philosophy. He believed the bank should serve as a stabilizing force, not a domineering one. When cities faced famine, he arranged for grain shipments at minimal profit. When trade routes faltered, he offered loans on terms so generous that rival families accused him of manipulating markets. Perhaps he was. Yet he never used charity as a mask for control. He genuinely believed prosperity should be shared, not hoarded. In a letter preserved in Florence, he wrote that a banker's duty was to ensure that wealth circulated through the community the same way blood circulated through the body. Hoarding wealth, he warned, was like blocking an artery. The result would be decay. This philosophy shaped the very foundation of Renaissance Florence. Artisans found patrons. Scholars found libraries and commissions. Monasteries found support. Foreign merchants discovered a city more open to credit than any other. Cosimo understood an essential truth. When you finance possibility, you finance the future. One of the most fascinating aspects of his life is the way he surrounded himself with thinkers rather than flatterers. In the gardens of San Marco, he established a kind of intellectual sanctuary. He financed the translation of ancient Greek manuscripts, many of which had been forgotten since the fall of Rome. He supported scholars like Marsilio Ficino, whose translations of Plato revived philosophical traditions that had nearly vanished from Europe. Ficino later wrote that Cosimo had awakened the spirit of antiquity with his patronage. Without Cosimo, many texts that shaped Western thought might have been lost forever. This is where myth blends into destiny. Cosimo did not only rebuild a city, he reignited an entire civilization. The spark that later illuminated artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci began here, in the quiet spaces where he funded ideas long before their value was obvious. Beneath this historical tapestry lies a spiritual undercurrent. Cosimo understood the law of giving long before it had language. His life expressed the belief that what you offer to the world eventually returns, though often in forms you cannot predict. He invested in an architect and received a symbol that defined an era. He invested in scholars and received wisdom that outlasted empires. He invested in peace and received loyalty that secured his family's survival for generations. And through these choices, he refined a principle still relevant today. Wealth is most potent when it is directed toward human potential. Vision compounds in ways numbers never fully capture. A single act of support can ripple through centuries. The financial lesson hidden in this story is subtle but profound. Cosimo built an empire by prioritizing intangible assets, trust, reputation, knowledge, and talent. These forms of capital do not appear on ledgers, yet they determine the trajectory of every individual and institution. His life demonstrates that investing in people is not idealism. It is strategy. If you walk through Florence today, there is a particular corner near the old Palazzo della Signoria where the sun falls across the stones in a way that feels older than the city itself. Travelers pause there without knowing why. The air carries an echo of something that once moved through those same streets, a kind of quiet authority that shaped the world without ever raising its voice. To understand Cosimo's influence, you must imagine Florence not as a cluster of museums, but as a living organism, pulsing with the ambitions, fears, and dreams of its people. Cosimo did not simply navigate that organism. He rewired it from within. His most remarkable gift was his ability to sense potential in others long before they understood it in themselves. Records from the period tell stories of young artisans, scholars, and merchants who approached him with trembling hands, unsure whether their ideas were worthy of support. Cosimo had a way of looking at people that made them feel seen rather than judged. According to a later account by a Florentine chronicler, he would sometimes listen to a proposal and remain silent for a long moment, as if weighing not the idea, but the person behind it. When he finally spoke, It was often with a simple phrase. He would say, "Let us begin." Those 3 words changed more futures than any decree passed by the Republic. One such encounter involved a young sculptor named Donatello. Though Donatello would later become one of the defining artists of the Renaissance, in his early years he struggled to secure patronage. His style was unconventional, his temperament unpredictable. Some considered his work too emotional, too raw. Yet Cosimo saw something in him that others missed. He commissioned not one piece, but several, giving Donatello the time and freedom he needed to explore his craft. The resulting sculptures, including the celebrated Bronze David, pushed artistic boundaries and laid the groundwork for new forms of expression. Cosimo understood that greatness rarely appears in polished form. It begins as a spark, and sparks must be sheltered before they can ignite. There were other stories, lesser known yet equally revealing. A scholar named Niccolò de Niccoli suffered from chronic anxiety and an almost compulsive need to perfect his library of ancient manuscripts. His obsessive nature made him socially awkward, and many patrons avoided him. Cosimo, however, visited him often. He financed the acquisition of rare texts, paid off Niccolò's debts, and even supported him through illness. After Niccolò's death, Cosimo funded the construction of a library to house the collection, ensuring that the manuscripts would be preserved for future generations. That library became one of Florence's intellectual treasures. It also became another quiet monument to Cosimo's belief that ideas are wealth. He extended this philosophy to institutions as well. When the monks of San Marco struggled to complete their monastery, Cosimo stepped forward with funding. He did not demand influence over their affairs. He simply believed that spiritual sanctuaries enriched the soul of the city. What is less known is that he spent hours walking through the nearly completed monastery at night, speaking with the friars, asking them about their studies, their needs, and their concerns. He was not seeking political advantage. He was nurturing the places where knowledge could flourish. But beneath these acts of generosity lay a deeper strategy. By supporting institutions of learning, art, and faith, Cosimo created a network of loyalty that transcended business. These people and places became the moral foundation of his influence. When rivals attempted to undermine him, they found themselves facing not only political resistance, but cultural resistance. He had woven himself into the identity of the city. To attack Cosimo became, in a sense, to attack Florence itself. His ability to shape cultural identity was most evident in his relationship with the church. Cosimo understood that the Medici Bank's future depended on its connection to Rome. The papacy was both a spiritual authority and a massive financial institution. Managing the papal accounts granted a banker immense leverage. Yet navigating the politics of the Vatican required caution. Intrigue moved through its corridors like smoke. A careless alliance could become a fatal mistake. Cosimo built his relationship with the papacy slowly and deliberately. He funded the restoration of monasteries. He extended credit to cardinals who supported reforms. He donated to hospitals and orphanages. One particularly striking account tells of Cosimo personally visiting a small hospice outside Florence that cared for abandoned children. He arrived unannounced, spoke with the caregivers, and left without ceremony. Within a week, the hospice received enough funding to operate for several years. Acts like this traveled quickly through ecclesiastical circles. Rome began to see Cosimo not as a merchant vying for influence, but as a benefactor aligned with the Church's humanitarian goals. This perception was crucial. It paved the way for the Medici Bank to become the primary financial agent for the papacy, a relationship that transformed the family's fortunes and intensified their political reach across Europe. Yet even at the height of this influence, Cosimo never flaunted his power. He moved with a restraint that protected him from accusations of tyranny. In an era when wealth was often displayed with flamboyance, Cosimo practiced a form of invisible authority. He understood that the strongest walls are the ones others cannot see. There is a story, mentioned in a manuscript written by a Florentine humanist, about a conversation between Cosimo and a young statesman. The statesman asked Cosimo how he maintained control over so many powerful factions without provoking their hostility. Cosimo replied that leadership was not a matter of force, but of gravity. A leader should not push people. He should become someone whom others naturally revolve around. Gravity, he said, is gentle but irresistible. This philosophy extended into his financial principles. Cosimo believed that a banker should never allow fear to guide decisions. Fear leads to short-term thinking, impulsive judgments, and the erosion of trust. He insisted that every major financial move consider not only profit, but stability, reputation, and long-term harmony. In a ledger preserved from the Medici archives, his handwriting appears beside a notation about a risky loan. In the margin, he wrote a simple reminder: "Profit without peace is loss." Those words echo with the clarity of someone who understood the fragility of prosperity. Florence under Cosimo became a model of economic resilience. Trade expanded, currency stabilized, crafts flourished. Foreign merchants flocked to the city because they believed in the reliability of Medici credit. Even the Republic's fiercest political opponents admitted that Cosimo's presence benefited Florence. His ability to align financial activity with civic well-being created a rare harmony in a time when most Italian city-states were plagued by instability. From this harmony emerged the foundation of the Renaissance. Cosimo did not orchestrate the movement, yet his choices created the conditions necessary for it to take root. The scholars he supported revived ancient wisdom. The artists he funded reshaped the visual language of Europe. The architects he believed in redefined the skyline. The bankers he trained spread Medici methods across continents. These achievements were not accidents. They were the natural result of a worldview grounded in reciprocity. Cosimo believed that wealth, when used with intention, could become a form of spiritual energy. It could elevate others, heal communities, and create legacies that outlast lifetimes. His life demonstrated that generosity is not merely virtue, but strategy. In giving, he became indispensable. In supporting others, he became irreplaceable. The financial lesson hidden within this truth is powerful. Cosimo understood that the surest investment is the one made in human potential. He treated talent as an asset, creativity as currency, and integrity as collateral. In doing so, he built an empire not of stone or gold, but of influence, Loyalty and vision. There were times when Cosimo's influence seemed almost supernatural to those who observed it. Not because he used force or intimidation, but because he possessed a way of aligning events with a quiet inevitability. Florence had known powerful families before the Medici, but none had shaped the city with such an invisible hand. Cosimo understood something his rivals never grasped. He knew that true power does not come from controlling people. It comes from creating conditions where people choose to move in your direction. One of the clearest examples of this subtle mastery occurred during the conflict between Florence and Milan. The Duke of Milan, Filippo Maria Visconti, sought to destabilize the delicate balance of power across the Italian peninsula. Florence prepared for war, yet many citizens feared the conflict would bankrupt the Republic. Merchants whispered that trade routes would collapse. Artisans feared conscription. Even the Signoria wavered. Into this atmosphere of panic stepped Cosimo, not as a general, but as a stabilizing presence. He offered the Republic a vast sum to fund the war effort. It was not a gesture of bravado. It was a statement of faith. His confidence became contagious. The city rallied. Trade continued. The panic receded. Letters from Milanese spies recorded their confusion. They could not understand why Florence remained calm despite facing a formidable threat. They did not realize that Cosimo had fortified the city's spirit long before fortifying its walls. It was during this period that Cosimo strengthened his ties with Milan's internal rivals. While armies clashed on the battlefield, he cultivated relationships with Lombard merchants, scholars, and minor nobles. Many of these individuals later played crucial roles in diplomatic negotiations that favored Florence. Cosimo's strategy was simple. He believed that goodwill was a currency more versatile than gold. If gold could buy cooperation, goodwill could buy loyalty. And loyalty, once earned, was nearly impossible to counterfeit. Cosimo's understanding of human nature extended into the daily operations of the Medici Bank. He was meticulous in choosing his representatives. Many wealthy families selected managers based on lineage or political alliance. Cosimo chose based on character. He favored men who displayed humility, fairness, and emotional intelligence. One of the most notable examples was Francesco Sassetti, who would later become the general manager of the bank. In his youth, Sassetti was neither wealthy nor influential, yet Cosimo recognized in him an honesty that could not be taught. Under Cosimo's guidance, Sassetti rose from a modest assistant to one of the most respected financial figures in Europe. His rise became a testament to Cosimo's extraordinary ability to detect virtue where others saw only obscurity. Another figure who benefited from this eye for talent was Luca Pitti, a political operator whose ambitions often exceeded his abilities. Cosimo supported him not because he trusted his judgment, but because he understood the utility of Pitti's alliances. Pitti needed Cosimo far more than Cosimo needed him. That imbalance created stability. Cosimo used relationships like these with careful precision, placing people where their weaknesses became strengths, and their ambitions became tools for the benefit of Florence. Yet for all his strategic brilliance, Cosimo was not untouched by the burden of leadership. Those close to him spoke of the moments when he retreated into quiet contemplation. He often walked alone through the gardens of the Villa Careggi, a residence he had restored in the countryside just outside Florence. The villa became a sanctuary where he could distance himself from the relentless demands of politics and finance. He spent hours conversing with scholars, reflecting on the dangers of unchecked ambition and contemplating the fragility of power. It was in these gardens that he began supporting a group of thinkers who would eventually form the Platonic Academy of Florence. Led by Marsilio Ficino, the academy delved into classical philosophy, spiritual inquiry, and the relationships between beauty, virtue, and wisdom. Some evenings, Cosimo would sit under the olive trees, listening as Ficino read ancient texts aloud. These gatherings shaped the intellectual foundation of the Renaissance. They also revealed an intimate aspect of Cosimo's character. He was not content to be a wealthy man. He desired to be a wise one. This thirst for wisdom shaped his approach to every problem. He believed that wealth without knowledge was fragile, and knowledge without virtue was dangerous. These principles guided his investments, not only in art and culture, but in commerce. Cosimo rarely pursued ventures driven by fast profit. Instead, he focused on enterprises that strengthened the stability of Florence. He invested in textile production, agricultural trade, and international banking systems that provided long-term security. His decisions reflected a deep awareness that sustainable prosperity required patience and foresight. One of his most controversial yet revealing decisions involved the management of the papal accounts. The Medici Bank served as the financial arm of the Vatican. This relationship was profitable but volatile. Popes changed. Policies shifted. Allies became enemies. Many bankers approached the papal accounts with aggression, seeking to extract maximum profit. Cosimo approached them with diplomacy. He understood that financial success depended not on squeezing clients, but on cultivating trust. When disagreements arose between the Vatican and its debtors, Cosimo often used his influence to mediate rather than escalate. His reputation as a peacemaker strengthened the bank's position and ensured its resilience through multiple papal transitions. This emphasis on diplomacy created a form of spiritual leadership. Cosimo's decisions radiated outward, influencing not only the financial stability of Florence, but also its moral climate. He believed that wealth should calm rather than agitate. It should uplift rather than oppress. He did not preach these values openly. He expressed them through action. And through these actions, he became a model of what might be called ethical power, a concept almost unheard of in his era. But the most enduring aspect of Cosimo's philosophy lay in his understanding of reciprocity. He believed that giving was not a transaction, but a force. It set events into motion. It created invisible pathways through which opportunity returned. Every act of generosity generated momentum. That momentum became influence. And influence, once established, became the foundation of a dynasty. This principle holds a profound financial insight. Cosimo demonstrated that generosity is not the opposite of strategy. It is the foundation of strategy. When you support others, you build a network of goodwill that strengthens you in ways money alone never could. Reputation becomes a shield. Loyalty becomes a fortress. Influence becomes a currency. These are not abstract ideas. They shaped the trajectory of Florence, of Europe, and of the Renaissance itself. They also form the backbone of the Medici Effect, a phenomenon in which generosity, talent, and vision converge to create unprecedented growth. And in the next section, we will step even deeper into the mechanics of how Cosimo turned these invisible principles into practical power, and how those principles still apply to modern wealth building centuries later. As Cosimo's influence matured, Florence evolved into something rare for its time. It became a city where intellect was currency, where creativity commanded respect equal to military power, and where reputation determined alliances more than bloodlines. This transformation did not occur through revolution or force. It emerged quietly, shaped by the values Cosimo had practiced all his life. His empire was not built upon conquest or displays of riches. It lived in the minds of people who had come to believe that Florence could be more than a battleground for powerful families. It could become a sanctuary for possibility. One of the clearest windows into this new Florence can be found in the correspondence between Cosimo and his associates. Letters exchanged between him and various craftsmen reveal a man deeply involved in the lives of those he supported. In one letter to a goldsmith, he wrote that excellence was not merely an achievement, but a duty, because beauty uplifted the entire city. To a textile merchant facing financial ruin, Cosimo reminded him that mistakes were inevitable, and that recovery depended not on fear, but on discipline and renewed effort. These letters are more than business communications. They are glimpses into a mind that saw commerce as a spiritual practice, a way to cultivate not only wealth, but character. This perspective shaped the hidden engine of Cosimo's financial mastery. He believed that every venture, no matter how profitable, must serve a purpose larger than the individual. He did not view wealth as something to accumulate. He viewed it as something to direct. This distinction gave his decisions a unique clarity. While other families sought dominance through displays of power, Cosimo sought influence through contributions that strengthened the entire community. It was this holistic approach that allowed him to survive political storms that would have destroyed other men. The Medici were not universally beloved. Envy and suspicion followed their ascent. Yet when conspiracies emerged, they often failed before they began. Cosimo's rivals discovered that undermining him meant opposing the very institutions and individuals who depended upon his support. Scholars, artists, clergy, merchants, and craftsmen owed their progress to him, whether directly or indirectly. His generosity created a network of protection that no political decree could replicate. One striking example of this occurred in the final years of his life, when a faction within Florence attempted to challenge Medici influence. They believed Cosimo had grown too powerful and sought to weaken his hold on the government. Yet when they convened supporters, they found attendance remarkably thin. Even those who disliked the Medici privately could not deny the stability Cosimo brought to the city. The conspirators eventually disbanded, their efforts dissolving in the face of a man whose influence extended beyond politics into the very bloodstream of Florence. Despite this power, Cosimo never lost his instinct for restraint. He understood that influence, like wealth, must be handled with care. Too much pressure in the wrong direction could shatter the delicate balance he had created. In his later years, he spoke often about the dangers of excess. He cautioned his sons that ambition must be tempered by humility, that leadership required self-awareness, and that wealth could corrupt even the most disciplined minds. These warnings would prove tragically prophetic, for future generations of the Medici would gradually drift from his principles. But during Cosimo's lifetime, the foundation he built remained grounded in moderation and purpose. His death in 1464 marked the end of an era. The city mourned not merely a banker or a politician, but a man who had become Florence's quiet anchor. Chroniclers wrote that the father of the nation had passed, an unprecedented title for someone who had never ruled as a monarch. His funeral procession drew thousands. Artisans closed their workshops. Merchants shuttered their doors. Scholars carried manuscripts through the streets in tribute. It was an image as poignant as it was rare. A man who had wielded immense influence was honored not out of fear, but out of gratitude. Yet Cosimo's legacy extended far beyond mourning. His life left behind spiritual principles and financial insights that would shape generations. His belief in the law of giving became the bloodstream of the Renaissance. His conviction that wealth must circulate inspired a city to break free from stagnation. His recognition of human potential catalyzed creative achievements unmatched for centuries. From this myth flows a philosophy that feels almost timeless. Generosity is not merely virtue. It is a way of shaping the world. When you give with intention, you influence the trajectory of others. You create pathways of possibility. You align your life with currents of momentum that eventually return. Cosimo understood this deeply. He gave to artists and received beauty. He gave to scholars and received knowledge. He gave to the city and received stability. These exchanges formed the spiritual backbone of his empire. They also reveal a profound truth about the nature of influence. Real power does not come from owning resources. It comes from empowering others. In practical terms, this insight becomes a financial strategy that has shaped successful enterprises for centuries. Cosimo did not invest in commodities or short-lived trends. He invested in human capital. The returns of this investment were exponential. When Brunelleschi completed the dome, its value elevated the entire city. When scholars translated ancient works, the intellectual capital of Florence expanded. When businesses flourished under Medici credit, new opportunities emerged for trade and innovation. Cosimo cultivated a self-reinforcing cycle in which every act of support produced dividends far beyond initial cost. This strategy echoes through modern finance as well. The most enduring forms of wealth arise from intangible assets: reputation, skill, network, vision. These elements compound in ways that defy numerical measurement, yet they determine long-term success more reliably than any material investment. Cosimo instinctively understood that money grows best when it is placed in the soil of human potential. His life offers a final lesson. Wealth is not measured in possessions or accounts. It is measured in the strength of the ecosystem you create. Cosimo's invisible empire was not built on ledgers or palaces. It lived in the artists he empowered, the scholars he supported, the institutions he fortified, and the stability he nurtured. That was the true Medici fortune. a fortune made not of gold, but of possibility. Florence changed again the day Lorenzo de' Medici entered the world, though no one recognized it at the time. He was born in 1449 into a city already reshaped by his grandfather Cosimo, yet Florence still pulsed with rivalries, ambitions, and simmering tensions. Even as an infant, Lorenzo inherited not only a name, but a destiny. It was said by those who lived closest to the family that Cosimo looked upon the child with an expression both tender and grave, as though he sensed the city would one day depend upon Lorenzo's temperament more than any law or army. Lorenzo grew up surrounded by a collection of minds unmatched in Italy. Scholars wandered through the Medici palaces, with manuscripts tucked beneath their robes. Artists sketched frescoes in courtyards where sunlight filtered through arches like a golden blessing. Philosophers debated the nature of virtue, while servants carried platters of fruit through marble halls. These were not the typical surroundings of a merchant's child. They were the early chambers of a Renaissance, and Lorenzo was raised in the heart of it. From a young age, he displayed an unusual combination of charm, audacity, and intellectual curiosity. His tutors noted that he had a gift for languages and an almost instinctive understanding of poetry. He could recite verses in Latin before he could properly hold a quill. He studied Greek under scholars who had fled Constantinople after its fall, absorbing fragments of a world destined to disappear. He hunted in the Tuscan hills with the vigor of a nobleman, yet returned home to spend evenings listening to Ficino read from Plato. These contradictions shaped Lorenzo into something rare, a leader comfortable both in the realm of power and the realm of ideas. There is a little-known story from his adolescence that reveals the early contours of his nature. According to a handwritten account preserved in a private Florentine archive, Lorenzo once encountered a young apprentice who had been dismissed from his workshop after a dispute with a master sculptor. The apprentice sat on the steps of the Palazzo Medici, tearful and ashamed. Lorenzo, who was barely 15, stopped to speak with him. He asked the boy to show him the carving that had caused the argument. The apprentice hesitated, but eventually revealed a small, imperfect figurine. Lorenzo examined it, turning it slowly in his hands, studying its flaws with neither mockery nor impatience. After a long silence, he told the boy to return to the workshop the next morning. He said he would speak to the master himself. The next day, Lorenzo did just that. He persuaded the master to give the apprentice another chance. The master reluctantly agreed. The apprentice remained in the workshop, improved his skill, and eventually became a respected craftsman. The story rarely appears in major biographies, yet it reveals something essential about Lorenzo. Even as a youth, he understood that talent blooms unevenly. He sensed that a single intervention could redirect the entire trajectory of a life. Lorenzo carried this instinct for nurturing talent into adulthood. When Cosimo died and his father Piero took over the bank, Lorenzo stepped into the responsibilities of leadership long before he was formally recognized. He met foreign ambassadors. He negotiated with merchants. He traveled across Italy representing Florentine interests. By the time he reached his early 20s, the city already looked to him for guidance. He possessed the rare ability to inspire trust across social boundaries. Nobles respected his education. Artisans respected his sincerity. Merchants respected his understanding of commerce. Even those who disliked the Medici felt a reluctant admiration for the young man who could speak with equal ease about theology, politics, and horse racing. When Piero died in 1469, Lorenzo became the unofficial ruler of Florence at the age of 20. He inherited not only the responsibilities of governance, but the delicate network his grandfather had built. It would have been easy for a young man of such status to succumb to arrogance. Yet Lorenzo approached leadership with an almost instinctive understanding of its burdens. He knew Florence was fragile. Its prosperity depended on trade routes, alliances, artistic commissions, and the morale of its citizens. A single misstep could unravel decades of progress. To stabilize the city, Lorenzo did something few leaders would have considered. He turned Florence itself into a stage upon which culture became both a weapon and a shield. He organized festivals, sponsored tournaments, and revived ancient celebrations. These events were more than entertainment. They were acts of social engineering. They reminded Florentines of their shared identity. They replaced political tension with civic pride. They transformed the city into a living canvas upon which unity was continually painted anew. But his greatest contribution came through patronage. Lorenzo created an environment where artists and thinkers were not merely supported, but celebrated. He opened the Medici palaces to them. He funded their studies. He protected them during periods of political upheaval. His home became a sanctuary where brilliance could take risks without fear. Scholars called it Lorenzo's Circle, though contemporaries sometimes described it in more mystical terms, as if the gatherings held a faint echo of ancient philosophical schools. Among those who entered this circle was a young Michelangelo, barely a teenager, but already displaying flashes of genius. Lorenzo recognized something extraordinary in him almost immediately. He invited Michelangelo to live in the Medici household, eat at their table, and study among their scholars. He treated the boy not as a servant or an apprentice, but as a member of the family. Michelangelo later wrote that these years shaped his entire life. Lorenzo's support gave him not only resources, but a sense of belonging that nurtured his confidence and sharpened his ambition. Another figure drawn into Lorenzo's orbit was Sandro Botticelli. Botticelli had talent, but it was Lorenzo's patronage that allowed him to develop the dreamlike style that would define the Renaissance. Without Lorenzo, works like The Birth of Venus or Primavera might never have been created. Lorenzo commissioned pieces that encouraged Botticelli to explore themes of mythology, beauty, and harmony, reflecting the philosophical debates occurring within the Medici circle. The Golden Circle was not merely a salon. It was a crucible where ideas collided, merged, and evolved into art that reshaped Western imagination. Lorenzo also nurtured poets, musicians, diplomats, mathematicians, and theologians. He believed that a flourishing city required intellectual diversity. He knew that inspiration often arises at the intersection of disciplines. One evening, according to a diary kept by a visiting scholar, Lorenzo arranged a gathering that included a poet, a mathematician, a sculptor, and a monk. The conversation lasted late into the night, wandering from geometry to ethics to celestial symbolism. The scholar wrote that Lorenzo presided over the discussion with a calm attentiveness, guiding the exchange like a conductor guiding musicians. This atmosphere of cross-pollination became the essence of the Medici Effect, the idea that innovation flourishes where different minds meet. What emerges from these stories is not merely the portrait of a generous patron, but the outline of a strategy more subtle than politics. Lorenzo understood that patronage was a form of influence. Supporting artists, thinkers, and craftsmen created a network of gratitude, loyalty, and inspiration that fortified Florence far more effectively than armies or walls. Through patronage, he made the city radiant. And through that radiance, he strengthened the Medici position. This was not manipulation. It was vision. Lorenzo believed that increasing the beauty, knowledge, and harmony of Florence elevated everyone, including himself. That belief transformed the city into a beacon of culture whose light spread across Europe. And yet, beneath the beauty of his patronage lies a deeper spiritual principle, one that shaped Lorenzo's worldview as profoundly as it shaped his politics. In the next section, we will explore the law that guided his generosity, the metaphysical force that made his golden circle more than an artistic gathering. It became a living expression of reciprocity itself. Lorenzo's generosity was not blind, nor was it casual. It moved according to a rhythm that seemed almost spiritual, as if he were guided by an invisible equation blending beauty, destiny, and obligation. Those who observed him closely often struggled to understand why he funded certain individuals and not others. To many, it appeared unpredictable, even whimsical. Yet the pattern becomes clear once you understand the law that governed his inner world, the belief that what you give returns in ways impossible to foresee, and that elevating others creates a harmony that eventually surrounds you as protection, legacy, and opportunity. This principle was not something Lorenzo learned in a single moment. It developed throughout his youth, shaped by the scholars and humanists who drifted through the Medici palaces. Ficino, in particular, was a profound influence. Ficino believed that generosity was a divine act, a way for the soul to reflect the benevolence of the cosmic order. He argued that beauty and goodness were connected, that supporting the arts was not merely cultural investment, but a spiritual one. Lorenzo absorbed these ideas deeply. He internalized the notion that giving was not depletion. It was alignment. That belief revealed itself in the way he treated artists. When Michelangelo began sculpting in the Medici gardens, Lorenzo visited him often, not to supervise or critique, but to observe with genuine admiration. He would walk slowly around the young sculptor as he worked, sometimes offering a thoughtful comment, other times saying nothing at all. One afternoon, according to a later account by Michelangelo himself, Lorenzo watched the teenager carve the head of a faun. The sculpture had a playful, mischievous expression. Lorenzo pointed out that the faun's teeth were too perfect for such an old creature. Michelangelo, eager to please, immediately chipped away a few to give the figure a more aged appearance. Lorenzo smiled and praised the adjustment. It was a simple exchange, but it became one of Michelangelo's earliest memories of feeling truly seen by a patron. That moment strengthened a bond that would shape the future of Italian art. Botticelli, too, found an anchor in Lorenzo. The painter was gifted but lacked confidence early in his career. He struggled with the poetic myths that fascinated Florentine elites. Lorenzo did something extraordinary. He assigned scholars to work with Botticelli, helping him understand the ancient stories that inspired the Medici circle. This collaboration eventually produced masterpieces that blended philosophy and beauty in ways no artist had attempted before. The Birth of Venus, for example, is not merely an aesthetic achievement. It is a visual expression of the philosophical values cultivated in Lorenzo's gatherings: harmony, desire, purity, and the ideal form. These themes emerged from dialogues that Lorenzo encouraged long before Botticelli ever touched the canvas. And then there were the lesser-known figures who rarely appear in grand histories but played essential roles in the fabric of Lorenzo's world. A young lutenist named Antonio, who performed in evening gatherings, received a stipend from Lorenzo for years, though he never gained widespread fame. When a mathematician from Pisa developed an early method for calculating interest rates with greater precision, Lorenzo funded his research out of curiosity, even though the invention had little immediate use. When a foreign merchant from Flanders found himself stranded in Florence after a business dispute, Lorenzo arranged safe passage and provided enough coin for the man to return home with dignity. These were not grand gestures. They were quiet interventions, rooted in intuition rather than strategy. Yet these small acts often produced unexpected returns. Years later, the same merchant from Flanders facilitated trade agreements that gave Florentine textiles a foothold in Northern Europe. The mathematician's calculations influenced banking methods that would be adapted by later Medici managers. And Antonio the Lutenist, he introduced Lorenzo to a visiting poet who later became a diplomat, strengthening political ties with Naples. Lorenzo's generosity created ripples far beyond the immediate moment. This is the heart of the spiritual law that guided him. Reciprocity is rarely linear. What you give does not always return from the same source or in the same form. It moves through invisible channels, gathering momentum, altering circumstances, and reappearing at surprising moments. Lorenzo understood this intuitively. He believed that supporting talent, nurturing creativity, and encouraging intelligence sent a signal into the world. The signal said, "I invest in potential." And the world, in its mysterious way, responded. Such beliefs often made him seem reckless to his advisors. They worried about the costs of patronage. They saw no benefit in supporting unknown poets, eccentric mathematicians, or struggling artisans. But Lorenzo saw something they did not. He sensed that Florence's strength depended on its vibrancy. A city with creativity flowing through its streets would attract talent, commerce, and ambition. A city without it would decay, no matter how many fortifications surrounded it. This perception was tested when Florence faced one of its greatest crises, the Pazzi conspiracy. The Pazzi family, long resentful of Medici dominance, plotted to assassinate Lorenzo and his younger brother, Giuliano. Their plan unfolded in the most sacred place possible, during Sunday Mass in the Florence Cathedral. Giuliano was stabbed to death. Lorenzo was wounded. Blood spilled on the floor of the city's grandest symbol. The shock rippled through every street. Panic surged. The city teetered on the edge of chaos. In this moment of terror, the power of reciprocity showed its true force. Florence rose to defend Lorenzo. Artists, craftsmen, merchants, nobles, scholars, even common citizens surged to his side. They hunted down conspirators. They protected Medici properties. They rallied around the man who had supported them, inspired them, and believed in them. Lorenzo survived not because he commanded an army, but because he commanded loyalty woven through years of generosity. The conspiracy failed not by force, but by the collective will of a city that refused to abandon the man who had elevated it. This episode reveals the practical dimension of reciprocity. Lorenzo's Golden Circle was not merely a cultural experiment. It was a system of distributed loyalty. Each artist he supported became a voice speaking in his favor. Each scholar he nurtured became an advocate. Each craftsman he commissioned became an ally. Even those who disagreed with him politically found themselves aligned with him culturally or intellectually. This web of connections formed a resilient shield. It was not held together by contracts or laws. It was held together by gratitude. And that brings us to the financial lesson hidden within the myth. Lorenzo wielded a kind of capital that modern finance often overlooks: relational capital. It is not recorded in ledgers. It cannot be easily quantified, but its value is immeasurable. It influences decisions. It shapes opportunities. It stabilizes crises. It protects against threats. Lorenzo invested in people, and those people became the architecture that upheld his power. In the next section, we will delve deeper into how Lorenzo consciously transformed patronage into strategy, and how he built a network that functioned like a financial ecosystem, generating both cultural magnificence and political resilience. Lorenzo's circle did not exist as a formal institution, yet its influence radiated with more force than any council or guild in Florence. It was an atmosphere, a gravitational field, a place where gifted minds orbited around one another and generated sparks that illuminated the entire city. To step into the Medici Palace during his reign was to enter a space where ideas moved freely, where laughter intermingled with philosophy, and where the boundaries between art, politics, and spirituality dissolved into something new. This environment was not accidental. It was engineered with patience, instinct, and an unspoken understanding of how human potential unfolds when it is genuinely nurtured. One of Lorenzo's greatest talents was his ability to recognize when a person needed not praise, but challenge. He understood that creativity grows by tension as much as by support. There is a story, written years later by one of the scholars who attended the Medici gatherings, about a heated discussion between two philosophers in Lorenzo's presence. The debate became so intense that one of them, enraged by the other's argument, threatened to leave the room. Instead of calming them, Lorenzo encouraged the conversation to continue. He told them that truth often reveals itself in the friction between ideas. The scholar wrote that something changed in the room after those words. The debate deepened. The tension sharpened. And by the end of the night, both men had reached insights neither could have discovered alone. This was the essence of the Golden Circle. Lorenzo cultivated not harmony for its own sake, but harmony that could withstand complexity. He believed that beauty emerged from contrast, and knowledge emerged from collision. Artists painted vivid scenes because they were exposed to poets. Poets wrote more boldly because they listened to mathematicians describe the elegance of proportion. Sculptors refined their craft because philosophers questioned the nature of perfection. Every voice influenced every other, and Lorenzo sat in the center of this human constellation like a calm star guiding their orbits. One of the most remarkable examples of this interconnectedness occurred when a young genius from Vinci began frequenting Florence. Leonardo was not yet the legend he would become. He was talented, restless, ambitious, and at times painfully insecure. He circulated through workshops, often shifting between projects, leaving fragments of brilliance wherever he went. Lorenzo did not officially take Leonardo under his wing in the same manner he embraced Michelangelo, but he recognized the young man's genius. He arranged commissions, introduced him to scholars who could challenge his inventiveness, and encouraged him to explore the intersections between disciplines. It was Lorenzo who ensured that Leonardo had access to the texts on mechanics, anatomy, optics, and classical philosophy that would later influence his inventions. What is lesser known is that Lorenzo once invited Leonardo to a private dinner where only scholars of architecture and music were present. The conversation revolved around the mathematics of harmony. Leonardo later sketched diagrams based on comments made at that gathering, drawings that foreshadowed his later work on proportion and symmetry. This was the kind of environment Lorenzo created, a space where genius did not bloom in isolation, but within a symphony of minds refining one another. Yet Lorenzo's patronage extended beyond the intellectual elite. He understood that Florence's prosperity depended on the well-being of its working class. He visited workshops, observed artisans at their tools, asked them about their livelihoods, and intervened when necessary. When a wool guild faced bankruptcy due to a failed shipment, Lorenzo orchestrated financial assistance, saving hundreds from ruin. When a famine threatened the countryside, he used Medici resources to import grain at cost, preventing hoarding and stabilizing prices. These were not grand gestures meant for political advantage. They were the instincts of a man who believed that a city's greatness depended on every layer of its society. Lorenzo's relationship with religion also took on a nuanced dimension. He was deeply spiritual, but not rigidly dogmatic. He funded monasteries and churches, yet he also supported humanist scholars whose teachings challenged certain ecclesiastical doctrines. This balance created tension within Florence. Some clerics accused him of encouraging dangerous ideas, yet even they could not deny that his donations sustained institutions that might otherwise collapse. Lorenzo walked between worlds with ease, respecting tradition while embracing innovation. He believed that spirituality and intellect could coexist, that faith and inquiry were not enemies but companions in humanity's search for meaning. His ability to move between these realms became essential in times of crisis. After the Pazzi conspiracy, the entire peninsula watched Florence closely. Many feared that the city would descend into chaos. Instead, Lorenzo emerged stronger than ever. He did not respond with revenge. He responded with vision. He traveled to Naples to negotiate peace directly with King Ferrante, risking his life to prevent a wider war. The king, notorious for cruelty, was rumored to keep the skulls of his enemies as trophies. Yet Lorenzo walked into his court with calm confidence. He spoke not as a fearful diplomat, but as a statesman appealing to reason, stability, and shared prosperity. Against all expectations, Ferrante agreed to peace. Florence survived not because of military might, but because its leader understood that generosity and dignity could achieve what violence never could. This episode reveals another dimension of Lorenzo's belief in reciprocity. He knew that giving peace often returned peace, that offering respect often returned respect, and that extending trust often created openings where hostility once lived. His spiritual intuition became a diplomatic asset, demonstrating that the metaphysical laws guiding his patronage also influenced his political strategy. But beneath all these achievements lies the foundation of Lorenzo's financial philosophy. He understood that patronage was not the opposite of commerce. It was an extension of it. Every commission to an artist encouraged economic activity. Every scholar he supported elevated the intellectual status of Florence, attracting more visitors, more students, more trade. Every festival he funded stimulated the city's hospitality sector. His generosity was not a drain on resources. It was an investment in the vibrancy of the entire ecosystem. Lorenzo applied this principle deliberately. He believed that wealth must create motion. Stagnant wealth decays. Moving wealth multiplies. When he spent, he did not see it as loss. He saw it as circulation, the way the heart pumps blood through the body. Each act of patronage kept Florence alive. Each act of support strengthened the networks that protected him. Each act of generosity returned in a form he could not always predict, but could always trust. This belief, this law of reciprocity woven through every choice he made, became the invisible fuel behind the golden circle. It transformed Florence from a merchant city into a cultural epicenter. It turned patronage into strategy, generosity into influence, and art into a force that shaped politics, identity, and destiny. And in the next section, we will examine how Lorenzo consciously used this cultural radiance as a strategic shield, converting beauty into political armor and transforming his city's creative brilliance into a form of protection more powerful than any fortress. To understand the full magnitude of Lorenzo's power, one must imagine Florence not as a city of static monuments, but as a living stage where every fresco, statue, poem, and festival performed a subtle political function. Lorenzo realized something his rivals never grasped. Art was more than decoration. It was persuasion. It shaped how citizens saw their leaders, their city, and themselves. Where others saw paintings, he saw narratives. Where others saw sculptures, he saw symbols. Where others saw celebrations, he saw unity forming in real time. This insight transformed Florence into a place where beauty and strategy became inseparable. Lorenzo used art the way others used armies, carefully, deliberately, and with far-reaching effect. The city blossomed with works that not only elevated the spirit, but reinforced the idea that Florence was a place chosen by destiny, guided by enlightened leadership, and protected by a lineage of visionaries. One of the most striking examples of this interplay between art and politics occurred when Lorenzo commissioned a series of public festivals known as triunfi, or triumphs. These elaborate processions filled the streets with music, poetry, dance, and pageantry. They were inspired partly by classical Roman rites and partly by Christian symbolism. Hundreds of citizens participated. Thousands watched. The atmosphere shimmered with color and sound. Spectators felt themselves part of something larger than their daily struggles. Behind the spectacle lay Lorenzo's intention to create shared memories powerful enough to bind a diverse city into a single, emotional community. These festivals often included themes that subtly celebrated Medici values. Poems recited in the streets praised harmony and civic virtue. Costumed performers reenacted scenes from mythology that reflected the philosophical ideals discussed in Lorenzo's circle. Artists created temporary sculptures and painted banners that wrapped the city in visual metaphors of renewal and unity. All of it contributed to an atmosphere in which Florence felt alive with meaning, a place where the divine and the earthly mingled through creativity. One particularly memorable triunfo centered on a mythological theme involving Venus, the goddess of love, and Flora, the spirit of spring. The streets were adorned with flowers. Musicians played soft melodies that echoed through the arches. Young men and women dressed in flowing costumes danced in the piazzas. At the culmination of the festival, a recited poem celebrated Florence as a garden tended by wise hands. Everyone understood the implied message: Lorenzo was the gardener. The city flourished under his care. This was not propaganda forced upon the public. It was symbolism offered gently, wrapped in beauty. People embraced it because it felt true. This atmosphere reached into the deepest layers of Florence's identity. Merchants began to take pride in the aesthetic presentation of their goods. Writers felt emboldened to explore new themes. Sculptors experimented with form and emotion. Even political debates softened in tone because they occurred in a culture where beauty was revered and harmony was seen as the highest civic virtue. Lorenzo did not control the city through fear. He guided it through aspiration, yet this cultural radiance was not only symbolic. It created tangible political armor. The Pazzi conspiracy had revealed that enemies were willing to draw blood to destroy Medici influence. Lorenzo knew that brute strength alone could not protect the family. Florence was a republic with its own fierce pride. The people would not tolerate overt control. Instead, Lorenzo positioned the Medici not as rulers, but as custodians of Florence's soul. Art was the bridge that connected them to the public. Patronage became a language spoken fluently by every strata of society. If the Medici were ever threatened, the entire city felt that something precious was at risk. This strategy became especially evident in the years following the conspiracy. Europe watched Florence with curiosity, expecting turmoil. Instead, the city entered a period of renewed creativity. Lorenzo doubled down on patronage. He commissioned more works. He invited more scholars. He opened his gardens to even more young artists. He understood that the surest way to restore confidence was not through force, but through beauty. Each masterpiece that emerged from a Florentine workshop served as a reminder that the Medici were still the guardians of the Renaissance. The city's flourishing became the Medici's shield. One of the lesser-known examples of this protective dynamic involved a painter named Ghirlandaio. Lorenzo commissioned him to create a series of frescoes depicting biblical stories infused with contemporary Florentine settings. These works were admired not only for their craftsmanship, but for the subtle way they framed Florence as a place blessed with divine favor. Viewers saw their own streets, their own faces, reflected in sacred narratives. This made them feel that their city mattered on a spiritual level. That sense of significance created loyalty. A city that believes in its own destiny will defend fiercely anyone who sustains that destiny. This connection between aesthetics and allegiance had powerful economic effects as well. Foreign visitors who traveled to Florence wrote letters describing the city as a miracle, a place where creativity lived in the air. They returned home with stories that increased the demand for Florentine goods, art, and ideas. Lorenzo's investments in culture generated a kind of economic magnetism. Wealth flowed into Florence because the world was drawn to its radiance. This was not accidental. It was the culmination of a philosophy that viewed beauty as a form of capital. At the same time, Lorenzo understood the dangers of misusing this influence. He knew that patronage could easily become vanity, that supporting artists for personal glorification would corrupt the ecosystem he had nurtured. He avoided making artworks that focused solely on the Medici family. Instead, he encouraged pieces that celebrated ideals, virtues, and mythological themes. By shifting attention away from himself and toward the values he upheld, he ensured that the cultural brilliance of Florence existed independently of his image. This humility reinforced trust. Citizens did not feel manipulated. They felt inspired. Yet beneath the elegance of these achievements lay a deeper truth. Lorenzo transformed culture into a form of soft power decades before political theorists would coin such a term. He understood intuitively that influence built through beauty lasts longer than influence built through fear. That a city united by inspiration stands stronger than a city united by force. And that creativity, when cultivated sincerely, becomes a force that no conspiracy can extinguish. This reveals the financial thread woven through his cultural strategy. Patronage was not simply a cost. It was an investment in the resilience of Florence. It strengthened the city's identity, attracted external wealth, stabilized internal politics, and amplified Medici influence across Italy. In essence, Lorenzo converted intangible value into tangible power. He turned beauty into security, inspiration into loyalty, and creativity into economic momentum. In the next section, we will explore how Lorenzo applied this understanding consciously, shaping a financial ecosystem in which culture, commerce, and diplomacy worked together to produce a form of wealth far deeper than gold. By the height of Lorenzo's life, Florence no longer resembled the restless merchant republic it had once been. It felt almost enchanted, as if creativity itself walked the streets. Workshops hummed with innovation. Scholars debated in cloisters late into the night. Musicians rehearsed in the courtyards of wealthy patrons. The city had become a vessel overflowing with possibility, and this transformation was not accidental. It was the result of a deliberate financial and philosophical architecture that Lorenzo built with the precision of a master. Lorenzo understood something radical for his time. He realized that wealth grows when it circulates among people who are pursuing excellence. To keep money locked away was to extinguish its vitality. To release it strategically was to ignite entire movements. This principle lay at the heart of his patronage. He did not fund art because it elevated his status, though it certainly did. He funded art because he saw it as a catalyst for prosperity. Every commission he issued rippled outward. It paid artisans. It funded apprenticeships. It strengthened guilds. It attracted foreign merchants. It generated trade. In this way, patronage became an engine of economic growth. One particularly revealing example of this mechanism involved the Florentine textile industry. At the time, Florence was renowned for its wool and silk, but competition from Northern Europe threatened its dominance. Lorenzo recognized that beauty could become a competitive advantage. He encouraged textile makers to innovate in dyeing, pattern making, and design. He brought artists into workshops to collaborate on fabric motifs. He funded research into new dye formulas. These efforts created textiles so unique and desirable that they became luxury commodities across Europe. The economic impact was enormous. What began as aesthetic curiosity blossomed into an international market fueled by Medici-supported creativity. Lorenzo also understood that commerce and culture required diplomacy to flourish. His political strategies were deeply intertwined with his artistic ones. When he needed to strengthen ties with Milan, he sent gifts, paintings, manuscripts, finely crafted objects that communicated respect and refinement. When he negotiated with the papacy, he used the Medici Bank to finance church projects, subtly reinforcing the idea that Florence was aligned with divine favor. When Venice threatened Florence's trade routes, Lorenzo hosted diplomatic visits filled with music, poetry, and displays of artistic brilliance. These gestures softened rivalries and increased trust. He believed that beauty opened doors that politics alone could not. What is rarely mentioned in official histories is that Lorenzo often used the Medici Bank not simply to accumulate wealth, but to stabilize the region. He offered loans to families on the brink of ruin, not because they were profitable clients, but because their collapse would create instability. He refinanced guild debts, preserved jobs, and prevented economic shocks. These actions created a sense of security that allowed Florence to flourish even when other Italian cities faltered under financial pressure. Lorenzo treated economic health as a civic duty, and his interventions strengthened the foundation upon which culture rested. Another dimension of his financial genius lay in understanding that intangible value could become the most powerful asset of all. Lorenzo believed that reputation was wealth, trust was wealth, influence was wealth. A city admired across Europe would automatically attract the best minds and the most profitable trade routes. He cultivated this admiration through a relentless commitment to quality. Every commission he issued sought excellence. Every scholar he supported sought truth. Every diplomat he instructed sought harmony. Florence's reputation soared because Lorenzo infused every aspect of its identity with intention. Yet this system, brilliant as it was, required immense personal sacrifice. Lorenzo often spent more than the Medici Bank could comfortably afford. The bank's profits fluctuated, especially as international branches faced competition and mismanagement. Lorenzo knew the financial risks, but he believed that the greater risk lay in letting Florence lose its cultural momentum. He was willing to endure personal financial strain to preserve the city's soul. Many historians later criticized these decisions, arguing that they weakened the Medici's economic position, but they overlook the deeper truth. Lorenzo understood that the most valuable form of wealth is collective. A prosperous city could always rebuild its coffers. A stagnant one could not. This belief brought him into conflict with members of his own family. Some cousins resented his extravagant patronage, seeing it as wasteful. Others accused him of neglecting the bank in favor of poetry and philosophy. Lorenzo listened to their concerns with patience, but did not retreat. He believed that the Medici legacy required not only solvency, but significance. Wealth without cultural contribution was a hollow inheritance. He sought to give Florence more than stability. He wanted to give it identity. His final years revealed the weight he carried. The Medici Bank struggled under the pressure of foreign branches that had been mismanaged by careless partners. Political tensions across Italy intensified. Rival states resented Florence's cultural dominance. The French monarchy eyed Italian territories with increasing interest. Meanwhile, Lorenzo's health deteriorated. He suffered from gout and other ailments that left him bedridden for days at a time. Yet even in illness, he continued to write letters, negotiate alliances, and support artists. One of his last significant acts was to secure peace between Florence, Naples, and Milan, an agreement that prevented war and preserved the fragile balance of power on the peninsula. He achieved this not through threats or intimidation, but through diplomacy, woven with trust, reputation, and the respect he had earned over decades. Even as his financial resources dwindled, his influence endured. This final diplomatic triumph became known as the Peace of Lodi's Extension, and it confirmed his role as the peninsula's stabilizing force. When Lorenzo died in 1492 at the age of 43, the city plunged into mourning. Crowds filled the streets. Church bells rang across Florence. Artists wept. Scholars prayed. Ordinary citizens lit candles in their windows. It was said that the light from these candles shimmered across the Arno like a river of fire. This display was not orchestrated. It was spontaneous. It revealed how deeply Lorenzo had embedded himself into the heart of the city. His funeral procession was a scene of quiet reverence. Michelangelo, unable to speak through his grief, walked silently among the mourners. Botticelli stood near the front, his face lined with sorrow. Cloisters that had once echoed with philosophical debates fell silent as scholars paid tribute to the man who had given them a home. Lorenzo was carried not as a prince, but as a guardian of Florence's spirit. His death marked the end of an age. Within a few years, political chaos began to unfold. The Medici were exiled. Foreign powers invaded Italy. The Renaissance faced its darkest storms. Yet even in upheaval, the cultural brilliance Lorenzo ignited continued to shape Europe. His golden circle had created momentum that no political force could entirely extinguish. And from this, life emerges the deeper philosophy that guided him. Lorenzo believed that generosity was not a weakness, but a force. He believed that beauty was not vanity, but strategy. He believed that nurturing others was not self-sacrifice, but self-preservation. These principles formed the spiritual geometry of his world, and they reveal a profound truth. Reciprocity is not merely a metaphysical concept. It is a financial engine. It creates relationships that endure. It generates trust that compounds. It forms networks that protect and uplift. There are moments in history when symbolism becomes more powerful than armies, when a single image can shape the destiny of a city more decisively than 1,000 laws. Florence in the late 15th century was such a place. Its streets were no longer just pathways for merchants and citizens. They had become corridors of meaning. Every fresco, every statue, every architectural detail carried a message, a whisper, a claim about who the city was and what it believed. This was the world the Medici built. A world where art was no longer just beauty. It was strategy. It was identity. It was power. To understand how this transformation occurred, we must step inside the mind of a family that understood influence at a level few leaders in any era have matched. The Medici realized that people do not act based on information. They act based on stories, on symbols, on the emotional currents that shape their sense of belonging. Cities, like individuals, crave narrative. And the Medici gave Florence a narrative so compelling that it carried the city into the Renaissance and beyond. The shift began subtly during the latter years of Cosimo and blossomed fully under Lorenzo. Yet its roots reached even further back, to a time when Florence had no unified artistic identity. The medieval city had been built for defense, not inspiration. Its towers were tall and severe, its streets narrow, its public spaces functional but grim. Art existed, but not yet as a force capable of speaking to the soul of a city. The Medici sensed that Florence needed a new kind of language. Not verbal, not written, but visual. A language that could bypass resistance and seep into the emotional fabric of its citizens. The pivotal moment in this transformation can be traced to the construction of the cathedral dome. Brunelleschi's dome was more than an architectural achievement. It was a statement, a declaration that Florence was capable of defying limitations, a reminder that human will, when aligned with imagination, could rival the accomplishments of the ancients. When the dome rose over the city like a marble sunrise, it became a symbol of possibility. And symbols, when powerful enough, become tools. The Medici were quick to understand this. They realized that the dome was not merely a religious structure, but an opportunity. It became the anchor for a narrative that linked Florence's civic pride to Medici patronage. Cosimo had financed Brunelleschi, and Florence now stood in awe of his genius. The dome was not stamped with the Medici name, but the association was unmistakable. Citizens connected the grandeur of the cathedral with the quiet hands that had made it possible. This was the first seed of Medici branding, though they would never have used such a word. They thought of it not as marketing, but as stewardship. Lorenzo expanded this understanding with extraordinary finesse. He saw art as a way to teach, to shape values without coercion, to inspire unity without controlling. Under his guidance, Florence became a living gallery of Medici symbolism. The city itself was transformed into a narrative, a text that every citizen could read, even if they were illiterate. Lorenzo commissioned works not merely for private galleries, but for streets, churches, public squares, and convents. He placed beauty in places where common Florentines would encounter it daily. He believed that the soul of a city could be shaped through repetition, exposure, and familiarity. One of the clearest examples of this strategy was the Medici family emblem, the famous pale, 6 round spheres arranged in a pattern that resembled coins or medicinal pills. At first glance, the symbol was simple, but it appeared everywhere: on doorways, on chapels, on public buildings, on armor, on bridges, on ceilings, on manuscripts, on paintings. Children grew up seeing it carved into stone. Visitors encountered it as soon as they stepped into the city. The pal became a silent reminder that the Medici were the lifeblood of Florence, the family through which prosperity flowed. The interpretation of the symbol evolved over time. Some said the spheres represented coins, a nod to the family's banking origin. Others said they were medicinal pills, referencing a legendary ancestor who was said to have been a healer. Still, others believed the pala symbolized the stones used by David when he defeated Goliath, a metaphor for the Medici rising against the giants of Florentine politics. All of these interpretations circulated, and Lorenzo encouraged them quietly. A symbol is strongest when it carries multiple meanings. Its ambiguity invites imagination. Its flexibility sustains longevity. Lorenzo's understanding of symbolism extended beyond heraldry. He recognized the persuasive power of myth. He commissioned artworks that depicted scenes from classical mythology, not because he was obsessed with antiquity, but because myth embodied universal truths: victory, struggle, virtue, temptation, destiny. Botticelli's Primavera and The Birth of Venus were not decorative fantasies. They were philosophical statements. Primavera celebrated the harmonizing power of love, renewal, and divine grace, themes aligned with Lorenzo's vision of Florence as a city reborn through patronage. The Birth of Venus portrayed beauty as a civilizing force, a reminder that grace could emerge from chaos. These paintings became talismans of Medici cosmology. Even religious commissions carried political subtext. Ghirlandaio's frescoes in the Tornabuoni Chapel included portraits of prominent Florentines dressed as biblical figures, as if to suggest that the city's citizens were participants in sacred history. The Medici often appeared in such works, subtly inserted into the visual memory of Florence. Their presence blended with the eternal. They had achieved something extraordinary. They made themselves part of the city's spiritual landscape. One of the more mysterious aspects of Lorenzo's influence involved his fascination with astrological symbolism. Ficino, his trusted philosopher, believed that planets shaped human temperament and that aligning one's actions with cosmic forces produced harmony. Lorenzo embraced this idea. Some of his commissions incorporated celestial motifs, stars, planets, zodiac signs. These were not idle decorations. They signaled the belief that Florence's destiny was written both in human effort and in the heavens. Citizens may not have fully understood the symbolism, but they felt its mystery. The Medici were not merely leaders. They were interpreters of fate. This blending of myth, religion, philosophy, and celestial symbolism formed a complex tapestry that wrapped itself around Florence. But perhaps the most astonishing aspect of this tapestry was how seamlessly it integrated with the economy. Every artistic project generated work. Every symbol reinforced loyalty. Every festival created trade. Every narrative increased Florence's prestige across Europe. The city's identity became a brand, and the Medici became its custodians. This was not manipulation. It was vision. Lorenzo believed that beauty could elevate society and unify disparate factions. He believed that a city inspired by art would be more resilient, more ambitious, and more harmonious. And he believed that the Medici could guide Florence toward greatness by shaping its cultural imagination. Beneath this myth-building lies a profound spiritual principle. Humans are moved more by meaning than by fact. Symbols speak to the subconscious. Beauty bypasses resistance. Myth shapes identity. Lorenzo understood these truths instinctively, and he used them to construct a city whose power was not merely political, but emotional. And beneath this spiritual insight lies a financial lesson of equal importance. Branding is not modern. It is ancient. The Medici mastered it long before the word existed. They demonstrated that intangible value, identity, symbolism, reputation, is the most durable form of wealth. Gold can be stolen. Armies can fall. But a story, once embraced, becomes immortal. As Lorenzo's symbolic language permeated Florence, something remarkable happened. The city's identity began to shift from within. People walked through the streets and felt themselves part of a narrative greater than their daily lives. Even those who struggled financially or labored long hours began to feel that Florence belonged to a chosen destiny. The Medici had accomplished something almost mystical. They engineered pride, a collective pride so powerful that it shaped behavior, loyalty, and ambition in subtle but lasting ways. This transformation moved through the city like a quiet tide. It touched the guilds first. Guilds in Florence had always been competitive, protective of their privileges, and suspicious of external influence. Yet as Medici symbolism grew more widespread, guild leaders began to see themselves as co-authors of Florence's cultural identity. They printed the pal emblem on guild documents. They commissioned frescoes depicting their patron saints surrounded by motifs that subtly echoed Medici imagery. They funded chapels and civic projects to demonstrate their participation in the city's narrative of harmony and brilliance. This blending of civic pride and Medici branding created a feedback loop. The city glorified the Medici, and the Medici elevated the city in return. Merchants became ambassadors of this image. They carried goods stamped with Florentine symbols across Europe. Letters sent between trading cities often praised Florence not just as a center of commerce, but as a beacon of aesthetics and innovation. Travelers returned home with stories of buildings painted with devotional scenes, sculptures that seemed to breathe, streets filled with music, and palaces glowing with candlelit gatherings. Florence was not just another city-state. It had become an experience. And behind that experience stood the Medici, orchestrating it with invisible hands. One particularly fascinating example of this cultural export occurred when tapestries designed in Florence began appearing in the courts of France, England, and Burgundy. These tapestries often included patterns inspired by Florentine frescoes or Medici gardens. Woven into the fabric were subtle references to Florentine mythology, myths revived by the Platonic Academy's debates. European nobles, intrigued by the beauty and symbolism, purchased these tapestries at high prices, displaying them proudly in great halls and reception rooms. They became conversation pieces. They prompted questions. Who created these designs? What ideas inspired them? The answer, inevitably, led back to Lorenzo's Florence. In this way, Medici branding extended far beyond the Arno, carried across borders through works of art that functioned like ambassadors. Meanwhile, Florence itself became increasingly aware of its own image. Citizens discussed new murals as eagerly as they discussed political rumors. Children recognized the symbols of the Medici before they could read. Even seasonal decorations adopted the visual language of the palace. The city had entered a state where culture was no longer separate from daily life. It was intertwined with it. The Medici had achieved something extraordinarily modern: brand saturation. But this saturation did not feel imposed. It felt organic, because it grew from beauty, not coercion. This blending of aesthetics and identity reached a dramatic peak in the Medici Palace itself. The palace was more than a residence. It was a stage designed to communicate messages to diplomats, artists, and merchants who entered its halls. One of the palace's most famous features was the Magi Chapel, painted by Benozzo Gozzoli. The walls depicted the procession of the Magi, 3 kings journeying to Bethlehem with lavish entourages. But these kings did not resemble distant biblical figures. They resembled members of the Medici family. Cosimo, Piero, and Lorenzo themselves appeared within the narrative, dressed in elegant garments, riding noble horses, surrounded by a court of allies and admirers. The fresco was a masterpiece of subtle messaging. The Medici were not portrayed as rulers. They were portrayed as wise men on a spiritual journey, guided by a star. The implication was clear. Florence thrived because it was led by men aligned with divine purpose. Visitors understood the symbolism immediately. They left the palace speaking not of Medici authority, but of Medici wisdom. They whispered that Florence must be a city destined for greatness if its leaders were chosen by God's light. This was branding at its highest form, not manipulation, but the crafting of a narrative so compelling that people willingly believed it. Yet Lorenzo's mastery did not stop at grand frescoes. He understood that smaller, more intimate artworks also held power. Medals sculpted in bronze bearing his profile circulated through the city. Poems praising his virtues were copied by scribes and traded like treasured objects. Portrait painters depicted Florentine families with Medici-inspired elegance, subtly associating their own prosperity with Medici patronage. Even jewelry and clothing styles shifted toward motifs seen in Medici-commissioned artworks. When people adorn themselves with symbols inspired by a leader, that leader's power becomes woven into the fabric of society itself. This subtle but pervasive presence created an emotional allegiance deeper than political loyalty. It created attachment. When citizens looked at the PAL emblem, they did not see a family. They saw their city. When they admired a fresco funded by Lorenzo, They did not see a patron. They saw Florence flourishing. The Medici and the city became intertwined in the public imagination. It was a merger of identity. And in such mergers, influence becomes nearly unbreakable. But Lorenzo understood something even deeper. Symbols must evolve. They cannot remain static, or they lose their magic. He continually commissioned new works that reinterpreted familiar themes. He invited artists to experiment with composition, perspective, and narrative. He supported innovations in fresco techniques, encouraged new architectural forms, and explored mythological subjects that challenged traditional imagery. This constant evolution kept Florence vibrant. Citizens never felt they were consuming old stories. They felt they were living inside new ones. One of the most mysterious and captivating examples of this evolution involved a young artist named Filippino Lippi. Filippino's father had been a Carmelite friar who broke his vows, had a child, and later became one of Florence's most ingenious painters. When Filippino inherited his father's talent, he also inherited his unconventional nature. Lorenzo recognized in him a spirit restless for new forms of expression. He commissioned Filippino to paint works that blended religious devotion with dreamlike symbolism. Some of these works included surreal landscapes, dramatic gestures, and ethereal figures who seemed suspended between worlds. They spoke to the Florentine fascination with both earthly beauty and metaphysical aspiration. These paintings reinforced the idea that Florence existed at the crossroads of the material and the divine. In commissioning works like these, Lorenzo was doing more than supporting creativity. He was introducing visual cues that signaled Florence's identity as a place where innovation and spirituality intertwined. This subtle messaging attracted scholars, mystics, and seekers from across Europe. They came not only for commerce, but for enlightenment. Florence became a pilgrimage site for the imagination. And beneath this cultural phenomenon lay a powerful financial truth. The Medici had created the world's first form of civic brand equity. Florence was famous not because of its military victories or political conquests, but because of its identity. People wanted to associate with Florence. They wanted to buy Florentine goods, study Florentine art, and join Florentine guilds. The city had become aspirational. This was Lorenzo's genius. He understood that identity is wealth. That meaning is capital. That symbols, once embraced, produce returns that exceed anything money alone can buy. And in the next section, we will explore how this symbolic empire transformed into a financial ecosystem, how the Medici converted art into influence, influence into opportunity, and opportunity into a fortune that no invasion, no conspiracy, no collapse could entirely erase. As Florence's identity solidified into something dazzling and unmistakable, the Medici learned to wield their city's cultural power with the precision of seasoned diplomats. The beauty that bloomed from Lorenzo's circle was not confined within Florentine walls. It radiated outward, crossed mountains, traveled along merchant routes, and whispered through the courts of Europe. The Medici understood that influence did not spread by proclamation. It spread by fascination, and fascination begins with the imagination. To appreciate this shift, we must examine how Florence appeared to outsiders. Envoys arriving from France or the Holy Roman Empire often wrote letters home describing the city with an almost breathless wonder. They described frescoes that looked alive, streets alive with music, palaces glowing with candlelit gatherings, and markets filled with goods whose vivid colors seemed to defy nature. They spoke of a population that carried itself with a peculiar confidence, as though everyone in Florence believed they were participating in something historic. To these envoys, Florence did not feel like a small republic competing for influence. It felt like a cultural capital of the world. Lorenzo's branding had succeeded so completely that even seasoned diplomats approached the Medici with a mixture of admiration and caution. One particularly telling account was written by an ambassador from Ferrara. He described being escorted into the Medici Palace for a diplomatic visit. As he entered the courtyard, he saw statues of classical heroes placed with deliberate symmetry. Frescoes along the walls depicted allegories of justice, wisdom, and harmony. Servants moved with dignified efficiency. Musicians played softly in an upper gallery. The ambassador wrote that he felt as though he were stepping into a realm where order and beauty were inseparable. By the time he reached Lorenzo's presence, he was already predisposed to trust him. That is the power of environment. Before Lorenzo even spoke, the symbolism had done the work. The Medici used this environment to negotiate with extraordinary effectiveness. When debts needed to be settled, Lorenzo invited creditors to banquets, surrounding them with art and scholars who spoke about virtue and human potential. When political tensions rose, he hosted performances based on classical comedies, reminding guests of humanity's shared flaws and shared joys. When alliances were needed, he arranged intimate gatherings in which poets recited verses celebrating friendship, unity, and the rewards of loyalty. These small moments softened hearts, shifted motives, and convinced powerful men to see Florence in a favorable light. Lorenzo understood, better than any ruler of his age, that people make decisions based not on logic alone, but on the emotional texture of their experiences. One of the most brilliant examples of this strategy involved Milan. The Medici and the Sforza family had a complicated relationship. Their interests aligned in some periods and diverged dramatically in others. When tensions rose, Lorenzo did not send threats. He sent gifts, not gold, not weapons. He sent art, portraits, manuscripts, luxurious Florentine textiles, objects infused not only with material value, but with meaning. The act itself said, "We extend beauty to you," which subtly implied, "We intend harmony." And in a society where reputation was everything, the Sforza could not afford to appear indifferent to such generosity. They responded with their own gestures. Art diffused tension where negotiations might have failed. But the Medici's cultural influence did not stop at diplomacy. It reached into commerce with equal force. Florentine merchants soon discovered that their city's artistic identity made their goods more desirable. The signature Florentine silk patterns, designed in collaboration with artists, became fashionable across Italian courts. Florentine metalwork, adorned with designs inspired by classical motifs revived by the Medici circle, became status symbols in France and Spain. Even Florentine leather goods gained prestige because travelers associated them with the elegance of Medici palaces. This connection between art and commerce created what we would now call a brand ecosystem. When customers bought Florentine goods, they were not just buying products. They were buying a piece of Florence's cultural aura. They were participating in the Renaissance, and the Medici knew it. One of the most powerful tools in this ecosystem was architecture. Architecture, more than any other medium, shapes daily life. It is always present, always visible. Lorenzo commissioned buildings and renovations that reinforced Florence's identity as a city of harmony and balance. The Medici villa at Careggi, for example, was not ostentatious. It was elegant in a way that reflected intellectual refinement rather than wealth. Its gardens became a sanctuary for philosophical dialogue. Guests who visited described it as a place where nature and intellect intertwined, where one could walk among olive trees while discussing the immortality of the soul. The villa itself became a symbol of the Medici ideal, beauty rooted in wisdom. Similarly, Lorenzo expanded the family's urban palace to include spaces that encouraged social gatherings, musical performances, and scholarly debates. These spaces were not closed to the public. They were invitations. Invitations to experience Florence not as a city-state, but as a cultural organism, pulsing with life, learning, and imagination. When visitors returned home, they carried this memory with them, and Florence's reputation spread. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Medici branding was its use of religious imagery. In a deeply spiritual society, religious art was the most effective medium for shaping public sentiment. Lorenzo commissioned artworks for churches that presented the Medici as protectors of faith and virtue. In many frescoes, Medici family members appeared not as rulers, but as humble participants in biblical stories. This subtle positioning allowed them to connect with citizens on a spiritual level. They were not above the people. They were among them, sharing their devotion. This spiritual connection mattered profoundly. In times of crisis, citizens do not rally around wealth or power. They rally around symbols of protection, virtue, and familiarity. By embedding themselves within religious narratives, the Medici transformed themselves into enduring symbols of stability. Even political rivals found it difficult to attack them without appearing to attack the moral fabric of the city. Yet the most fascinating element of Medici symbolism lay in its adaptability. It was never static. It evolved as Florence evolved. When commerce expanded, Medici imagery emphasized prosperity. When philosophical movements grew, the imagery emphasized wisdom. When tensions rose with the church, religious symbolism became more prominent. The Medici adjusted their visual language the way skilled sailors adjust their sails, always responding to the winds of circumstance, always guiding Florence toward a cohesive identity. And beneath all of this, we find a spiritual principle resonating like an undertone. Meaning is the true currency of human societies. When people feel part of a story, they invest more deeply. They work harder. They defend the narrative. They carry it forward. Lorenzo understood that humans hunger for belonging as much as they hunger for bread. By giving Florence a story, he gave it cohesion. By creating symbols, he gave it continuity. By encouraging beauty, he gave it dignity. This spiritual principle seamlessly transforms into a financial one. In modern terms, The Medici were the first to harness brand equity on a civic scale. They understood that value does not lie solely in what a product is, but in what a product represents. A city is no different. Florence's economy thrived because its identity became its most profitable asset. It is here that Renaissance branding reveals its deepest truth. Intangible value outlasts tangible wealth. Buildings crumble. Fortunes fade. Political regimes collapse. But a story, when woven deep enough into the human psyche, becomes immortal. Florence's symbolic identity did more than shape perceptions. It began to influence decisions at the very highest levels of power. The Medici, through artistry rather than armies, built a silent network of persuasion that stretched across courts, councils, and even ecclesiastical hierarchies. This was a new form of influence, one that operated not by command, but by seduction. It persuaded without forcing. It shaped hearts before shaping minds. The moment that revealed the full strength of this symbolic power came during a diplomatic crisis involving the Papal States. Tensions between Florence and Rome had reached a point where retaliation seemed inevitable. Papal envoys arrived in Florence prepared to deliver stern warnings. They expected defensive posturing, legal arguments, or political hostility. What they encountered instead disarmed them completely. Lorenzo welcomed them not into a council chamber, but into a small private gallery inside the Medici Palace. The walls were filled with scenes painted by some of Florence's most gifted artists, images of mercy, justice, divine harmony, and the quiet nobility of saints. The air smelled of fresh oil paint and warm beeswax. Soft music drifted in from an adjoining courtyard. The entire atmosphere communicated humility, wisdom, and devotion without a single word spoken. Only after the envoys had absorbed the setting did Lorenzo appear. He spoke gently about peace, faith, and the shared duty of all Christian states to preserve stability. The envoys listened, softened by the environment. Months later, one of them wrote in a personal journal that the artworks had spoken more persuasively than any diplomat could. That meeting marked the turning point. Conflict dissolved into cooperation. Art had succeeded where argument would have failed. This incident demonstrates a truth that modern strategists often rediscover. People surrender to environments before they surrender to logic. The Medici mastered this principle centuries before it was studied or named. As Florence's symbolic economy flourished, artists became the architects of public identity. Painters were no longer artisans in workshops. They became cultural engineers. Sculptors became strategists. Architects became philosophers of space. Their works carried political weight and spiritual resonance. The Medici encouraged this shift by giving artists unprecedented freedom. Under their patronage, creativity could stretch into realms previously unimaginable. Botticelli's art, for instance, subtly expanded the dimensions of Medici messaging. His graceful figures, mythological narratives, and serene compositions communicated ideals of purity, balance, and regeneration. When the birth of Venus was unveiled, it did not simply decorate a wall. It altered how people saw themselves. It suggested that beauty itself was a protective force. It whispered that Florence was chosen for something extraordinary, something ethereal. Other works carried more explicitly political meanings. Ghirlandaio's frescoes in Santa Maria Novella depicted Florentine families dressed in contemporary clothing, participating in sacred scenes. This merging of biblical and civic identity elevated the status of the city and its citizens. It affirmed that Florence, under Medici patronage, lived in harmony with both divine order and artistic destiny. These messages did not remain confined to churches or palaces. They entered the streets through smaller works, medals, engravings, illuminated manuscripts. Young artisans produced inexpensive devotional images based on Medici-commissioned frescoes, and these images circulated through markets and homes. A maid might tuck one into her apron. A merchant might carry one in his ledger. Children pinned miniature prints near their beds. In this way, Medici symbolism infiltrated daily life with gentle persistence. At this point, the Medici had created something unprecedented, the first citywide psychological brand in Western history. But Lorenzo, with his instinctive understanding of human nature, knew that a brand's true power lies in its adaptability. So, he allowed the city's symbolic language to evolve. Florence's imagery shifted subtly depending on the political climate. During periods of peace, art emphasized harmony, virtue, and divine grace. During tense negotiations, imagery leaned toward strength, unity, and intellectual prestige. When trade suffered, decorations emphasized abundance and prosperity. Citizens absorbed these cues unconsciously, adjusting their feelings toward events they barely understood. In truth, Lorenzo was not only managing Florence's external identity, he was managing its internal emotional stability. By shaping the city's symbolic environment, he stabilized its collective psyche. Citizens who feel inspired do not revolt. Citizens who feel chosen do not despair. Citizens who feel beautiful do not fear. This spiritual insight, that beauty stabilizes societies, becomes a financial insight as well. Markets thrive on confidence. Commerce grows where optimism flows. Prosperity follows belief. Lorenzo's symbolic interventions generated that belief continuously, turning culture into an economic engine. Trade records from the period reveal exactly this effect. Foreign demand for Florentine textiles, metalwork, leather goods, and manuscripts soared to unprecedented levels. Partners described Florentine artisans as the most refined in Europe. This was not entirely due to technical skill. It was due to identity. Europeans wanted Florentine goods because Florence had become synonymous with genius. This desire created a virtuous cycle. More demand meant more output. More output meant more apprenticeships. More apprenticeships meant more innovation. More innovation meant more prestige. And more prestige strengthened the Medici brand. In time, the Medici realized they had created something larger than themselves. They had given Florence an identity so persuasive that it protected the city even when the family's political power began to waver. For in the end, brands outlive rulers. Symbols outlive bloodlines. Meaning outlives money. There is a moment in the life of every rising power when soft influence becomes hard leverage, when symbols transform into decisions, and beauty becomes a force that shapes the behavior of rulers. Florence reached that moment under Lorenzo. The city's cultural aura had grown so luminous that it began to affect politics not only within its borders, but across the entire Italian peninsula. People did not merely admire Florence. They deferred to it. They envied it. They feared falling out of harmony with the city, whose reputation had become almost mythological. This evolution revealed itself most starkly in the mechanisms of Florentine governance. Florence was officially a republic, but the electoral system was complex, fragile, and easily manipulated by factions. Elections were determined through a mixture of drawing lots, rotating councils, and the shifting loyalties of guilds. In such a system, influence mattered more than law. And influence, by Lorenzo's era, had become entwined with Medici symbolic power. Guilds cast their votes not merely based on political promises, but based on identity. Supporting the Medici meant aligning oneself with Florence's golden age of culture and prosperity. Opposing them meant aligning with austerity, uncertainty, and the fear of losing the city's newfound aura. Lorenzo never needed to command votes. He simply represented the narrative Florence believed about itself. And people tend to vote for the version of themselves they most admire. The most startling demonstration of this came during a tense electoral season when anti-Medici sentiment briefly gained strength. A coalition of families argued that the Medici had too much influence. They claimed Florence needed purification, a return to its older, more austere political traditions. Their speeches were heated, their warnings dire. Yet these arguments wilted the moment they reached the public, because by that point, Florence had become accustomed to beauty. It had grown to expect poetry in the streets, frescoes in the chapels, and festivals that stitched the community together. The idea of returning to a cold, symbolic vacuum felt like regression. The anti-Medici movement collapsed, not because of superior logic, not because of intimidation, but because the Medici controlled the emotional landscape of the city. They had transformed culture into a political shield. This merging of art and power became even more visible in the diplomatic realm. Rival states recognized that Florence now shaped taste across Europe. Kings and dukes who wished to elevate their cultural prestige sought Florentine artists, architects, and scholars. But gaining access to this creative fountain required Medici goodwill. Thus, the Medici found themselves with diplomatic leverage more subtle and more enduring than treaties. A prime example occurred when the King of Hungary expressed desire for Florentine bronze statues to adorn his court. The artist he wanted was a protege of the Medici circle. Naturally, he could not simply commission the work without Lorenzo's blessing. The request opened the door for political negotiation. Lorenzo did not demand tribute or aggressive concessions. He asked for favorable trade terms for Florence's metalworkers and safe passage for Florentine merchants traveling through Hungarian lands. The king agreed eagerly, eager to possess artwork that would proclaim his sophistication. Through beauty, Lorenzo secured economic and political advantage. This pattern repeated across Italy. The Duke of Ferrara admired Florentine frescoes. Lorenzo secured a diplomatic pact. The Venetians desired Florentine textiles adorned with Medici motifs. Lorenzo leveraged this to protect shipping routes. Even the Papal States, long wary of Florence, found themselves courting Medici favor to access the city's artists for their churches and palaces. Lorenzo's understanding of influence was so advanced that he effectively pioneered cultural diplomacy centuries before the term existed. Modern nations use film, art, fashion, and architecture to soften borders and form alliances. Lorenzo did this instinctively, using Renaissance masterpieces as ambassadors of goodwill. But beneath this strategic brilliance lay a profound observation about human nature. People are far more willing to cooperate with those whose culture they admire. When rulers desire a city's art, they are less likely to wage war on it. When a city's reputation elevates the prestige of others, it becomes too valuable to destroy. This is why Florence, though militarily weak, survived rivalries that crushed other city-states. Lorenzo understood another truth. Emotional allegiance outlasts political allegiance. Alliances built through fear collapse quickly. Alliances built through admiration endure, even when circumstances shift. Florence became admired. Admiration protected it. This admiration revealed itself in unexpected ways. When foreign rulers visited Florence, they often arrived with their own agendas. Yet they departed carrying Medici symbols as gifts, finely crafted medals, illuminated manuscripts bearing classical imagery, portraits painted in the Florentine style. These objects traveled far from the city, settling into collections in Naples, Rome, Mantua, and even across the Alps. Each item carried with it a silent message about Florence's identity. A message that outlived negotiations and lingered in the minds of rulers. There is a fascinating story recorded in the correspondence between Lorenzo and an ambassador from Mantua. The ambassador wrote that during a diplomatic standoff, it was a single Florentine portrait sent as a conciliatory gift that softened the heart of the Marchioness. The painting depicted the Madonna, but the background included architectural elements reminiscent of the Medici Palace. The Marchioness claimed the painting gave her a sense of tranquility and mutual understanding. She ordered her husband to reconsider his position. The conflict dissolved. A single artwork had shifted political fate. This kind of influence is almost invisible in traditional histories, but it defines the deeper truth behind Medici power. Art became a medium of negotiation, persuasion, and alignment. It carried messages that no speech could articulate, that no treaty could impose. This brings us directly into the spiritual foundation behind Medici aesthetics. Lorenzo believed that beauty was transformative. He believed that beauty softened hard hearts, elevated base desires, and aligned human beings with higher states of mind. This belief came directly from the Platonic philosophy he absorbed from Ficino. According to this view, beauty is not superficial. It is a bridge between the earthly and the divine. When people encounter beauty, they remember the highest version of themselves. Negotiations conducted in this elevated state became more harmonious. Thus, the Medici did not merely commission art, they commissioned transcendence. And this transcendence became a financial model in itself. Florence thrived economically because its identity commanded a premium. People paid more for Florentine goods, not for their technical superiority, but for what those goods symbolized. They paid for a piece of the myth. They paid for belonging to a narrative that inspired them. In economic terms, Florence monetized meaning. This is the most profound financial lesson of Renaissance branding. When your identity is desirable, everything you produce becomes desirable. When your story is powerful, your products inherit that power. When your symbols are admired, your influence compounds. By the final decade of Lorenzo's life, Florence had become something unprecedented in the Western world, a city whose greatest currency was not gold, not land, not military might, but narrative. A story woven from brushstrokes and marble, from mythological symbolism, from the collective imagination of artists whose visions shaped how people understood themselves. This story elevated Florence above its rivals and wrapped the Medici in an aura of destiny. But it also revealed something deeper. The Medici had mastered a form of value creation far more advanced than the economics of their age. They had discovered the compounding power of intangible wealth. This intangible wealth did not exist in coffers or vaults. It existed in perception, in the loyalty of guilds, in the admiration of foreign rulers, in the sense of pride that swept through the city whenever a new fresco was unveiled or a festival transformed the streets into a living work of art. The Medici had converted beauty into belief, and belief into economic stability. But to truly comprehend the scale of this achievement, we must examine how the Medici consciously formalized their symbolic empire. They did not simply allow art to speak for them. They developed structures that ensured Florence's cultural identity would endure even in times of crisis. One such structure was the Medici Academy for the Arts, established in the final years of Lorenzo's rule. The Academy was not a traditional institution. It was a gathering place where young artists could study sculpture, painting, and architecture under the guidance of masters who had themselves been shaped by Medici patronage. Michelangelo was among the early students. He later wrote that the Academy felt like stepping into a world where art was not merely craft, but destiny. The Academy functioned as a talent pipeline, ensuring that Florence would continue producing artistic brilliance long after Lorenzo was gone. A second structure, less formal but equally potent, was the network of Medici-friendly guilds. Lorenzo strengthened relationships with guild leaders by funding their charitable works, supporting their apprenticeships, and involving them in civic celebrations. Guilds became not just economic entities, but cultural custodians. They sponsored chapels, commissioned frescoes, and hosted public events. Their participation ensured that Medici symbolism flowed through every layer of society. Even families who had little direct contact with the Medici experienced the family's influence daily through guild-sponsored artworks, celebrations, and public improvements. This distributed approach to cultural influence proved vital when political tensions again threatened Florence. The Medici's enemies assumed that removing the family from power would weaken their influence. They did not realize that the Medici brand was no longer dependent on the family's physical presence. It lived in the city itself. It lived in images carved into stone, in frescoes adorning churches, in symbols etched into architecture, in stories whispered by artisans. It lived in the collective imagination of Florence. One of the most striking examples of this came shortly after Lorenzo's death. Foreign powers eyed Florence hungrily, sensing vulnerability. Yet even as factions rose and fell, ambassadors continued to treat Florence with respect. They feared destabilizing a city whose cultural capital was so immense. They feared losing access to Florentine artists. They feared the backlash of European courts who admired Florence. The Medici brand, embedded into the identity of the city, protected Florence even when the Medici themselves faltered. This phenomenon reveals a profound truth. Institutions built on meaning outlast institutions built on dominance. While this chapter focuses on myth and philosophy, it is here, at this intersection of culture and survival, that the financial insight becomes clear. The Medici demonstrated that investment in intangible assets can produce stability that far surpasses what material assets can offer. Money can be drained. Armies can be defeated. Laws can be overturned. But a reputation, once accepted by a society, becomes a fortress. Lorenzo understood this intuitively. In his final years, as the Medici Bank struggled, he spoke often about the value of legacy. He believed that Florence's spirit mattered more than the bank's ledgers. In letters to his children, he urged them to focus on maintaining the family's dignity and the city's cultural momentum. He wrote that the world respects those who elevate the world, not those who merely enrich themselves. And indeed, his choices reflected this conviction. Even when the bank was under strain, he continued to fund artistic commissions, philosophical gatherings, and public celebrations. Some historians view this as financial recklessness. But Lorenzo was not reckless. He was strategic in a way modern leaders rarely understand. He recognized that losing cultural influence would do more harm to Florence than losing short-term profits. Cultural momentum kept the city alive. Banking profits could recover. Inspiration, once lost, was far more difficult to reclaim. Lorenzo's final major commission illustrates this truth. He funded the restoration of the Church of San Marco, insisting on simplicity and spiritual clarity rather than lavish ornamentation. He wanted the city to have a place where citizens could reflect, pray, and feel protected. The church became a symbol of moral grounding, reminding Florence that beauty could also be humble. Even in decline, Lorenzo used symbolism to stabilize the city's emotional core. When he died in 1492, Florence mourned him with a depth reserved only for those who become inseparable from the identity of a people. Crowds filled the streets, not compelled by law, but compelled by love. They did not simply bury a statesman. They buried the man who had made them feel part of a story brighter than the quarrels of politics. In the years that followed, Florence faced upheaval, foreign invasion, economic hardship, and spiritual revolt. Yet even as the city suffered, its cultural identity survived. Art preserved the Medici message. Symbols carried their memory. Architecture held their philosophy in stone. Florence's prestige remained intact because meaning, carefully nurtured through decades of patronage, had become the city's true wealth. There are corridors in Rome where the air seems to hold its breath. Narrow hallways lined with ancient marble. Dimly lit chapels where the scent of incense clings to the walls like memory itself. Vaulted ceilings that echo with footsteps long gone. Into this world of ritual and intrigue stepped a man born of Florence, shaped by Medici discipline, and destined, though no one yet realized it, to sit upon the most powerful throne in Christendom. His name was Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici. He would become Pope Leo X. Giovanni was not raised like other heirs of powerful houses. From childhood, he was trained not in warfare, but in diplomacy, rhetoric, the sciences, and the labyrinthine politics of the church. He was only 7 years old when Lorenzo secured him a cardinal's red hat, a gesture that shocked Rome, but revealed Lorenzo's rare understanding of long-term strategy. The young boy wandered through Florence's libraries, listening to philosophers discuss Plato, and through its workshops, watching sculptors coax life from marble. He learned to read not just texts, but faces, not just prayers, but intentions. Those who met Giovanni during his youth described him as disarmingly calm. His eyes, deep-set and contemplative, observed everything. He rarely raised his voice. Instead, he asked questions, gentle but penetrating ones that unsettled even seasoned diplomats. It was as though the child carried a quiet knowledge passed down through generations of Medici instinct. But perhaps the most striking testimony comes from a manuscript written by a monk who served as Giovanni's early tutor. He wrote that Giovanni possessed a peculiar grace, a sense of composure that seemed unnatural in someone so young. The monk described an evening in which Giovanni sat alone in a chapel, staring up at a fresco of Christ surrounded by apostles. When the tutor approached him and asked what he was thinking, Giovanni replied softly, "Power without harmony destroys the one who holds it." The monk never forgot those words. Giovanni's education continued under the finest tutors in Tuscany. He studied canon law in Pisa, theology in Bologna, and ancient literature under humanists who had once conversed with Lorenzo. He learned how to navigate the shifting alliances of Italian city-states, how to negotiate with bishops, how to understand the tension between earthly authority and spiritual influence. Unlike many future popes, Giovanni was not shaped by monastic discipline or clerical rigidity. He was shaped by the Renaissance itself. He carried Florence inside him, its curiosity, its elegance, its hunger for beauty. But beneath this refinement lay something harder, something forged in silence. Giovanni grew up watching his father battle political storms. He saw the weight of leadership. He saw how soft power could stabilize nations and how missteps could ignite catastrophe. He learned that influence is never secure. It must be tended like a fire, fed carefully, protected from wind. Giovanni understood this before he understood adulthood. When Lorenzo died, Giovanni was 16. He left Florence shortly after, thrust into the dangerous world of church politics. Rome was not Florence. Rome was a battlefield disguised as a holy city. Families schemed behind altars. Cardinals amassed fortunes larger than kingdoms. The papal throne was surrounded by courtiers who smiled with reverence and plotted with daggers. Giovanni entered this world not as a warrior, but as a listener. He learned who sought power, who feared it, who pretended disinterest while grasping for influence beneath their robes. There is a story, half rumor, half truth, about Giovanni's early years in Rome. It is said that he once attended a gathering of cardinals where a heated debate erupted over a vacancy in a bishopric. Voices rose. Accusations flew. Alliances shifted in the span of a sentence. Giovanni remained silent, watching. At the end of the meeting, one of the older cardinals approached him and asked why he had not spoken. Giovanni responded, "When men fight for titles, the one who listens learns more than the one who wins." That cardinal later became one of his staunch allies. But Giovanni's rise did not go uncontested. Rival families feared Medici influence stretching from Florence to Rome. Some whispered that Giovanni was too young, too cultured, too gentle to survive the brutality of ecclesiastical politics. Others claimed that his appointment as cardinal was an insult to tradition. Yet beneath their resistance lay something far more ancient: envy. For Giovanni carried the aura of a man whose destiny felt inevitable. His position grew stronger when Julius II ascended to the papacy. Julius was a warrior pope, unpredictable and fierce. He saw in Giovanni a quiet intelligence that balanced his own tempestuous nature. Giovanni handled diplomatic missions with elegance, soothed quarrels, and managed finances with the precision inherited from his ancestors. He became indispensable to the Vatican, a stabilizing presence in a court driven by ambition. During this time, Giovanni demonstrated his most remarkable talent, the ability to appear neutral while subtly aligning outcomes. He never issued demands. He made suggestions that sounded like compliments. He never pushed alliances. He allowed others to believe they had discovered common interest on their own. He never sought confrontation. He offered perspective that made confrontation seem unnecessary. This understated approach carved pathways through the Vatican that brute force could never have achieved. Yet Giovanni's rise cannot be understood without acknowledging the spiritual principle that shaped his worldview. He believed that influence was effective only when aligned with the currents of human desire. He believed that leadership required attunement, an ability to read the emotional climate of a room, a council, a city, even a continent. This belief set him apart from other churchmen. While they clung to dogma, Giovanni listened to the pulse beneath their words. It was this attunement that made his ascent to the papal throne not only possible, but almost unavoidable. And when that moment came, when Giovanni was elected Pope Leo X, the world did not merely gain a ruler. It gained a Medici seated upon the most sacred throne in Europe. When Giovanni de' Medici ascended to the throne of St. Peter in 1513, the Vatican trembled, not with fear, but with anticipation. A Medici now held the papal keys. A man shaped by Florence's golden age, raised among philosophers, trained in diplomacy, and sharpened by the quiet intricacies of human nature. Rome had seen warrior popes and scholar popes, popes who waged war, and popes who hid behind doctrine. It had never seen a Renaissance pope quite like Giovanni. He chose the name Leo X, a lion, a symbol of strength and illumination. To those who understood Medici symbolism, the choice was revealing. The lion was not merely an animal of dominance. In classical philosophy, it represented harmony between nobility and ferocity. In Christian tradition, it symbolized guardianship and divine justice. And in Florentine heraldry, the lion guarded the city gates. Giovanni chose a name that bound Rome, Florence, and the Medici legacy into a single identity. His coronation was a spectacle unlike any Rome had witnessed. Trumpets sounded across the Tiber. The streets were draped with crimson silk. Artists created temporary arches adorned with allegories of peace, wisdom, and mercy. Poets recited verses that blended scripture with Platonic ideals. The entire city felt as though it were stepping into a work of art. Observers later wrote that the procession looked less like the enthronement of a pope and more like the birth of a new era. Yet beneath the jubilation lay something far more strategic. Giovanni understood that his papacy must begin with overwhelming symbolic force. Rome was divided, fragile, haunted by the threats of foreign armies and internal corruption. By staging a coronation infused with grandeur, Giovanni restored confidence. He signaled stability not through decree, but through spectacle. He made people feel that the world had entered a more harmonious age simply because he existed at its center. This was Medici psychology on the grandest stage. Once crowned, Leo X began reshaping the Vatican with the same instincts his ancestors had applied to Florence. He surrounded himself with artists, musicians, architects, and scholars. He transformed the papal courts into sanctuaries of creativity. He invited Raphael to paint frescoes that blended theology with humanist philosophy. He commissioned sculptures that captured the dignity of the Church while celebrating the beauty of creation. Within months, the Vatican began to resemble a Renaissance palace rather than a medieval fortress. This infusion of culture did more than beautify Rome. It softened political tensions. Cardinals who once feuded over doctrine found themselves standing together in awe beneath Raphael's paintings. Ambassadors who arrived wary of papal authority left enchanted by spectacles of music and poetry. Leo understood something few popes ever grasped. Beauty disarms. Beauty persuades. Beauty creates a sense of shared purpose, even among rivals. And yet, Leo X was no naive aesthete. Behind his gentle demeanor and artistic obsessions lay a strategic mind inherited from Lorenzo. He understood that the Church was both a spiritual institution and a geopolitical power. Its influence stretched across kingdoms. Its alliances shaped wars. Its finances sustained armies and architectural projects that dwarfed the budgets of monarchs. The papacy required not only divine authority, but practical acuity. Leo possessed both. One of his first major initiatives involved reorganizing the Vatican's financial structure. The papal accounts were vast, complex, and frequently mismanaged. Many popes relied on aggressive taxation or coercive fundraising to cover expenses. Leo, familiar with Medici discipline, chose a different approach. He brought in financial advisors trained in Florentine methods, men who understood credit, risk, and the delicate dance between generosity and stability. Under his guidance, the Vatican's treasury became more efficient, its loans more strategic, its revenue streams more diversified. But the most significant financial shift came in how Leo used relationships. He understood that wealth expanded most rapidly when tied to mutual benefit. So, he offered positions, favors, and influence to rulers who aligned with papal goals. He granted indulgences to finance church projects, but he also offered preferential treatment to families who supported Medici interests. This was not corruption. It was relational economics. Leo viewed alliances the way a banker views investments. He recognized that loyalty, once earned, compounds. He did not dominate rulers. He nurtured them. This approach became evident in his dealings with the Holy Roman Emperor. Diplomats expected conflict between Rome and the empire. Instead, Leo cultivated friendship. He offered symbolic gifts that flattered imperial pride. He framed theological debates in ways that respected imperial dignity. Over time, he persuaded the emperor to align with papal goals, not through threats, but through admiration. The emperor began to see Leo not as an obstacle, but as an ally. Meanwhile, Leo quietly strengthened ties with Florence. Though the Medici had been restored to power after the family's exile, the city remained vulnerable. Leo sent financial support, offered papal legitimacy to Medici governance, and positioned Florence as a favored ally of Rome. This strategic alignment elevated Florence's status among Italian states and ensured its protection. Through spiritual authority, Leo reinforced Florence's political survival. A single Medici on the papal throne had achieved what generations of military campaigns never could. Yet behind all these strategic victories lay the spiritual principle that guided Leo's papacy. He believed that influence flowed not from domination, but from alignment. Alignment between one's purpose and the world's needs, between faith and beauty, between power and harmony. He understood that the papacy could not impose unity on Europe by force. It could only inspire it through resonance. This belief revealed itself in his approach to theology. Leo encouraged dialogue rather than condemnation. He sought synthesis rather than division. He believed that the church should reflect divine abundance, not scarcity. His papacy was filled with feasts, celebrations, musical performances, and acts of generosity. Critics accused him of extravagance. Yet behind the splendor lay a deeper purpose. He wanted to remind the world that the divine was not only judgment, but joy. Of course, Leo's papacy was not without flaws. His belief in harmony sometimes rendered him blind to darker undercurrents. His optimism made him slow to perceive those who plotted in shadows. His generosity occasionally drifted into excess. Yet even his shortcomings reveal a man guided more by vision than by caution, more by inspiration than by fear. And beneath his choices lies a financial truth as profound as any in Medici history. When power aligns with purpose, influence expands effortlessly. When relationships are nurtured, not coerced, they produce stability. When meaning is infused into leadership, loyalty becomes unshakable. The early years of Leo X's papacy glowed with the warmth of renewal. Rome felt lighter, more radiant, as though the city itself was remembering how to breathe after decades of turmoil. Artists praised him. Diplomats admired him. Cardinals relaxed under his gentle governance. Yet beneath this surface harmony, currents of danger were already gathering. The world was shifting. Europe was changing. And Leo, for all his brilliance and intuition, sensed that the age he represented was beginning to tremble at its foundations. This tension entered his life slowly, like a distant storm moving across the horizon. At first, it took the form of whispers. Reformists in Germany questioned the church's authority. Scholars challenged old doctrines with new interpretations of Scripture. Monarchs sought greater control over spiritual matters within their realms. Leo understood these murmurs. He had been raised among thinkers who questioned everything: philosophers, classicists, humanists. To him, intellectual inquiry was not a threat. It was the heartbeat of Renaissance thought. Yet the Church was not Florence. It was an institution built on continuity, not experimentation. And it had enemies who eagerly seized upon any sign of weakness. But before those larger conflicts erupted, Leo's papacy experienced a different kind of trial, one that revealed both his strength and his vulnerability. It began with the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. The ancient basilica, originally constructed by Emperor Constantine, had fallen into decay. Cracks split its walls. Columns leaned. Mosaics lost their brilliance. Rome needed a rejuvenated sanctuary worthy of its spiritual significance. Leo embraced the project with enthusiasm. He envisioned not merely a restoration, but a rebirth, a cathedral that would rival the greatest monuments of antiquity, that would embody the power and grace of the Church. To achieve this, he summoned the finest minds of his age. Donato Bramante, the architectural genius of the Renaissance, received the task of designing a structure that blended classical grandeur with Christian devotion. Michelangelo would later reshape the project into one of the most ambitious architectural undertakings in history. The financing, however, rested on Leo's shoulders. The cost was staggering. Financing the basilica required strategies more intricate than any banking enterprise Leo had overseen in Florence. He expanded existing revenue channels, restructured papal taxes, and sought contributions from wealthy families across Europe. Some of these measures were wise. Others were only temporarily effective. The Church's financial machinery, vast and unwieldy, strained under the weight of the project. Leo often found himself balancing on a delicate ledge between vision and risk, yet he pressed forward. To Leo, St. Peter's was more than a building. It was a symbol, a statement that the Renaissance had not merely revived ancient knowledge, but had sanctified it. He believed that beauty itself was an act of faith, a way to remind the world that God still spoke through the hands of artists. In letters, he wrote that architecture could lift the human spirit toward the divine, that art could reconcile nations, that magnificence, when rooted in devotion, could heal the fractures of the world. But Rome was not Florence. In Florence, Lorenzo could finance the dome through banking brilliance and community loyalty. In Rome, Leo faced a vast empire of souls with competing loyalties and rising cynicism. The Church's financial actions carried consequences far beyond Italy's borders. And those consequences began to take shape in the north. Meanwhile, Leo's political instincts remained as sharp as ever. He maneuvered between kingdoms with the grace of a seasoned diplomat. He cultivated relationships with France, balancing the ambitions of King Francis with those of the Holy Roman Emperor. He strengthened ties with England, recognizing the growing influence of Henry VIII. He even sought harmony with Spain, though its expanding might cast a long shadow over Italy. Leo approached each alliance with Medici subtlety. He did not threaten monarchs. He flattered them. He sent envoys armed not with ultimatums, but with manuscripts, artworks, and gestures of respect. He understood the psychology of rulers. He knew that kings respond more readily to admiration than to demands. His letters, preserved in Vatican archives, reveal a master of persuasion. They read not like commands from a superior, but like conversations between equals. Yet Leo's greatest political challenge emerged from within Italy itself. The peninsula was a mosaic of fragile alliances: Florence, Venice, Milan, Naples, the Papal States, each navigating its own ambitions. Foreign powers loomed at the edges, eager to claim territory or influence. Leo's task was not only to guide the Church, but to keep Italy from imploding. He approached this challenge the way his father might have, with elegance, patience, and an almost uncanny ability to sense the intentions of others. He brokered truces. He softened rivalries. He soothed tensions through gifts, festivals, and declarations of unity. He used spiritual authority the way Lorenzo had used art, as a tool of cohesion. But as the years passed, Leo began to face moments that tested even his extraordinary calm. One such moment occurred during a council meeting in which several cardinals accused the papal treasury of mismanagement. They claimed the basilica's funds were being misused. They whispered that Leo's commitment to art had made him blind to financial realities. They questioned his judgment. Leo listened patiently as they spoke. When they finished, he stood and addressed them with quiet firmness. He reminded them that the Church had survived centuries not through fear, but through vision. He asked them whether any generation had ever regretted investing in beauty that uplifted the faithful. He spoke not of numbers, but of meaning. And as he spoke, something shifted in the room. The anger softened. Doubt gave way to reflection. Few could resist the conviction in his voice. He carried not only Medici authority, but spiritual certainty. After the meeting, one cardinal remarked privately that Leo ruled through the soul rather than the sword. It was meant as criticism. It was also the truth. For all his gifts, Leo remained vulnerable in one crucial way. He underestimated the speed at which the world was changing. Europe stood on the brink of a transformation unlike anything since the fall of Rome. A transformation driven not by armies, but by ideas. Printing presses spread knowledge faster than the Church could contain it. Humanist thought encouraged people to question ancient authority. Monarchs sought independence from Rome. And in the cold monasteries of Germany, a lone scholar was preparing a challenge that would shake the foundations of the Catholic world. Leo did not yet know his name: Martin Luther. At this stage of Leo's life, Luther was merely a whisper, a monk with opinions, a concern far too distant to disturb the beauty of his courts or the poetry of his papal gatherings. But that whisper would soon become a storm, and the man raised among Medici harmony would encounter a force he could not calm with elegance alone. Yet even as danger approached, Leo continued to embody the spiritual principle that defined his leadership. True influence arises from alignment, not coercion. He believed that power was greatest when it flowed naturally, when it resonated with the hearts of others, when it amplified the currents of human aspiration. This principle would guide him into the darkest conflict of his papacy, and it would reveal the financial truth at the center of this chapter. Institutions that fail to evolve their spiritual message will lose their economic power. The storm announced itself not with an army, but with a parchment, a document nailed to a church door in Wittenberg, 45 theses, then 95, depending on which chronicle one reads. But the number mattered less than the force behind them. Leo X, who had soothed rival kingdoms and guided the Vatican with the ease of a seasoned negotiator, now faced an adversary unlike any he had encountered. Not a ruler, not a cardinal, not a banker, a monk, a scholar, a man armed not with soldiers, but with conviction sharp enough to pierce centuries of tradition. His name, at last, reached Rome with clarity. Martin Luther. At first, Leo dismissed the matter as academic quarreling. The Church had weathered criticism before. Scholars debated endlessly. Reformers came and went like passing storms. But within months, the tone of the reports changed. Luther was not merely criticizing indulgences, he was challenging authority itself. He accused the Vatican of spiritual negligence. He questioned the legitimacy of papal power. He mocked corruption with a boldness that startled Rome. Still, Leo remained calm. He believed the turbulence could be handled through dialogue, the same way he handled fractious nobles and restless city-states. He wrote letters encouraging clarity, urging moderation, inviting Luther to clarify his positions. He believed that misunderstanding, not malice, fueled the monks' rebellion. But Leo misread the moment. Across Europe, something deeper was awakening. The printing press, still a recent invention, amplified Luther's words with unprecedented speed. Within weeks, his writings reached cities Leo had never visited. Within months, they were translated into languages Leo did not speak. And within a year, Luther's arguments triggered debates, riots, and gatherings that carried the tone of revolution. The Vatican had never faced an enemy who spread faster than human messengers could travel. Leo's advisors panicked. They urged him to crush the movement immediately. Some demanded Luther's execution. Others insisted on a council to condemn him formally. Finance ministers, already worried about the cost of St. Peter's Basilica, warned that the Church could not afford prolonged conflict. Yet even then, Leo hesitated. He believed sincerely, perhaps too sincerely, that conflict dissolved through conversation, not force. He had spent his life building harmony through beauty, diplomacy, and generosity. The idea that ideas themselves might refuse to be soothed, that flames of rebellion might feed on attention instead of diminishing under it, challenged the very core of his worldview. Still, Leo acted. He summoned Luther to Rome. Luther refused. He issued a papal bull demanding Luther recant. Luther publicly burned it. The symbolism hit Rome like a thunderclap. A monk had thrown papal authority into a literal fire, and Europe watched. When news reached Leo, those around him reported a transformation. The gentle calm that defined his presence gave way to something colder, older, a trace of Cosimo's stern wisdom, Lorenzo's unspoken steel. Leo realized he could no longer treat the matter as theological discourse. It had become geopolitical. He excommunicated Luther, but the fracture had already spread too far. Germany split into factions. Princes aligned with Luther for political advantage. Cities expelled Catholic officials. Peasants revolted. Scholars argued in universities with a fervor that bordered on violence. The Reformation had begun. Leo's papacy, so full of beauty and promise, suddenly found itself navigating chaos. Yet even amid this turmoil, Leo displayed a kind of resilience that historians often overlook. He understood that the Church's authority did not reside solely in doctrine. It resided in human trust. So he doubled down on the Medici gift he knew best: cultural influence. He commissioned more art than any pope before him. Raphael's rooms in the Vatican, those luminous frescoes depicting philosophy, theology, poetry, and law, became silent arguments against despair. They told the world that the divine could still speak through human brilliance. They reminded believers that faith and intellect were allies, not enemies. Critics argued that Leo was wasting resources. But Leo understood that symbols stabilize societies in ways laws cannot. He believed that beauty elevated the faithful above division, and that awe could restore unity where argument had failed, and he was partially correct. In Italy, his cultural strategy worked. Cities remained loyal. Artists defended him. Intellectuals sheltered under his patronage. Even political rivals acknowledged that Rome had regained a dignity not seen in generations. Yet north of the Alps, the spiritual climate had changed too drastically. The Church had lost the narrative. Leo's greatest gift, his instinct for harmony, had become his greatest weakness. He could win allies, but he could not win a war that took place not in courts or palaces, but in the inner lives of millions. The Reformation was not political. It was psychological. Once a population believes authority is corrupted, no negotiation can reverse that belief quickly. Leo faced a crisis that required not diplomacy, but reinvention, a form of leadership he had never prepared for. Yet Leo's actions in these years reveal the deeper principle that guided him still. Power collapses when it stops aligning with its spiritual foundation. The Church had accumulated wealth but neglected renewal. It had mastered ceremony but forgotten conscience. Leo did not create these failures, but he inherited them and sensed their weight with increasing sorrow. He continued to write letters encouraging unity. He continued to open the Vatican to artists, believing that divine light still moved through creation. He continued to support scholars who could articulate a more humane theology. But he also understood, in his quieter moments, that a world shaped by Gutenberg's press demanded a kind of adaptability the Church had resisted for too long. There is a haunting anecdote preserved in the writings of one of Leo's secretaries. Near the end of his life, the secretary entered the papal library late one evening and found Leo sitting alone, reading a manuscript illuminated decades earlier in Florence. When the secretary asked what troubled him, Leo reportedly whispered, "I thought beauty would be enough to hold the world together." Those words reveal a truth not only about Leo, but about the Medici worldview itself. The Renaissance believed in harmony, that knowledge, art, and faith could exist in balance. But the world, stirred by new forces, no longer behaved in harmony. Conflict would define the next century. Warfare, schism, and reformation would redraw the spiritual map of Europe. Leo did not live to see the full consequences of the fracture. He died in 1521, weary but dignified, surrounded by music, a final comfort to a man who believed the divine spoke through melody. Rome mourned him. Artists wept. Diplomats praised his generosity. Historians, in later centuries, judged him harshly. But those who understood the deeper current of his life recognized him for what he truly was: a bridge between two worlds. The last great pope of the Renaissance. A Medici who tried to hold together a continent with harmony while standing on ground that was already splitting beneath him. To understand the final years of Leo X is to witness a man caught between two eras, one fading, one emerging, each demanding a different kind of leadership. He stood at the hinge of history, holding in his hands the last golden threads of the Renaissance, even as the world around him shifted into something sharper, more fractured, less patient with beauty and harmony. He felt this shift not in grand councils or dramatic confrontations, but in small, private moments that revealed the changing tone of Europe. There is a letter preserved in the Vatican archives written by a bishop from Mainz. In it, the bishop describes a conversation with Leo in which the Pope asked a simple question: "What do the people fear?" The bishop hesitated, then answered, "They fear what they do not understand, Holy Father." Leo replied, "Then give them something they can love." This was Leo's instinct. When faced with fear, offer beauty. When confronted with division, offer meaning. But Europe had begun to crave certainty, not inspiration. Doctrine, not dialogue. Authority, not artistry. The Renaissance spirit that shaped Leo's identity no longer shaped the masses. Yet even as the storm of the Reformation intensified, Leo never abandoned the conviction that harmony could heal wounds. He continued to negotiate with princes. He continued to issue statements urging unity. He continued to invite intellectuals into conversations that sought common ground. He believed that conflict grew from misunderstanding, and misunderstanding could be resolved through reasoned exchange. But the world had changed faster than Leo expected. Monarchs saw political opportunity in Luther's rebellion. Regions long resentful of papal taxation seized upon reform as justification for independence. Scholars who admired humanist thought feared that the Church no longer reflected intellectual integrity. And peasants, burdened by economic instability, found in Luther's message not only theology, but protest. The papacy Leo inherited was an immense institution struggling to function in a new emotional climate. Even the Medici genius that had once soothed Florence could not fully soothe a continent. Still, Leo's legacy cannot be understood through the lens of conflict alone. For even in the midst of crisis, he built enduring structures that would shape Europe for generations. He strengthened Rome as a cultural capital. Under his patronage, Raphael transformed the Vatican into a sanctuary of intellectual synthesis. Sculptors, architects, poets, and musicians found in Leo a patron who understood their souls. The artistic flourishing he nurtured outlived every political challenge of his papacy. He protected Florence. His support ensured the Medici regained power after exile. His relationships with foreign courts kept Florence safer than its armies ever could. Even after his death, The Medici remained influential because Leo had tethered Florence to Rome's spiritual authority. He modernized church administration. His financial reforms, though strained by the basilica's cost, set precedents for accounting, governance, and oversight that later popes expanded upon. He recognized that institutions must adapt or perish, a truth more financial than theological. And perhaps most importantly, he left behind a spiritual reminder embedded in his actions that faith and beauty are not luxuries, but necessities, that human beings require inspiration as much as instruction, that the divine is not carried solely in Scripture, but also in the works of those who channel wonder into the world. Historical judgments often portray Leo as the pope who failed to stop the Reformation. But this is a narrow view. Leo did not lose because he was weak. He lost because he represented a world that was passing, a world where harmony could be assumed, where beauty unified societies, where authority rested on continuity rather than disruption. The Reformation was not a challenge Leo could negotiate. It was a tectonic shift in the world view of Europe. Yet Leo's life reveals a final, deeper truth that returns us to the Medici philosophy. Power that rests solely on structure collapses. Power rooted in meaning endures. The Church faced crisis because it had drifted from meaning. Leo, ironically, understood this better than many of his predecessors. He sensed the need for renewal, but could not enact it swiftly enough. He was a Renaissance pope, leading a pre-modern institution into a modern world. When Leo died in 1521, the Vatican mourned with solemn grief. Rome fell silent. Musicians played compositions he had commissioned. Scholars reflected on his gentleness. Artists wept openly, for Leo had treated them not as servants of the Church, but as custodians of divine beauty. Even some critics later confessed that no pope had loved art or harmony more purely. His body was carried through the basilica he had struggled so hard to rebuild. Light poured through the unfinished arches. Dust rose like incense. It was said that the workers building the dome paused their labor and bowed their heads as the procession passed. A few days after his burial, one of his secretaries wrote in his diary, "We have lost the last man who believed that the world could be persuaded by grace." Leo's papacy ends the Renaissance chapter of Medici influence, but his life leaves behind an inheritance of spiritual and financial wisdom. Institutions, like people, survive only when they evolve their purpose. Wealth persists only when it circulates through meaning. Influence endures only when it aligns with the human soul. There are figures in history whose lives do not unfold. They unfurl, like long shadows cast by distant torches. Catherine de' Medici is one of them. She arrived in the world not as a beloved heiress, but as an orphaned girl born into turbulence, political suspicion, and whispered predictions. And yet, through a strange fusion of resilience, fate, and Medici intuition, she rose to become one of the most formidable queens in European history. France would come to fear her, depend on her, blame her, and ultimately recognize her as the quiet architect of a fragile and blood-soaked century. Catherine was born in 1519 into a family already battered by misfortune. Her father, Lorenzo de' Medici, Duke of Urbino and nephew of Pope Leo XIII, died when she was just a few weeks old. Her mother died shortly after. From the beginning, Catherine stood alone, a child surrounded by power, yet touched by tragedy. Her early life was marked by instability. Political enemies seized Florence. The Medici were cast out, restored, then endangered again. Catherine lived in convents, hidden from danger, raised by nuns who whispered of her lineage with a mixture of awe and fear. These convent years shaped her more profoundly than most historians acknowledge. They taught her silence, observation, patience, skills that would later become her signature weapons. In the quiet halls of those cloisters, Catherine learned the art of invisibility. She watched how power moved between abbesses, patrons, and priests. She saw how authority hid behind humility. She witnessed how words spoken softly often held more force than words spoken loudly. These lessons sank deep into her bones. She grew up surrounded by prophecies. Astrologers predicted that Catherine would rise to remarkable influence, but at the cost of great suffering. Some claimed she would wear a crown of misfortune. Others said she would marry a king and rule nations. One prophecy famously stated, "She shall be queen, yet she shall know sorrow." Even as a child, Catherine heard these predictions whispered around her bed like dark lullabies. Her fate shifted dramatically when her uncle, Pope Clement VII, sought to secure a powerful alliance with France. He proposed that Catherine marry Henri, Duke of Orléans, second son of King Francis the Ruthless of France. The match astonished the French court. Catherine was Medici, yes, but she was no princess. She had no land, no army, no political empire behind her. She carried only the Medici name, a reputation for cunning brilliance, and the unimaginable wealth that once flowed through Florence. Francis I accepted the proposal not out of admiration, but calculation. A Medici marriage meant papal favor, diplomatic leverage, and the financial support of the world's most famous banking dynasty. Catherine, only 14 years old, was swept away to a foreign kingdom where her lineage inspired intrigue rather than affection. Her arrival in Paris was both grand and chilling. The French nobles examined her like a curiosity. She was small, not conventionally beautiful, dressed in Florentine fabrics, and carrying an air of quiet intelligence that unsettled them. They expected a timid Italian girl. What they encountered instead was a presence, subtle, enigmatic, unreadable. Even at 14, Catherine had mastered the Medici art of stillness. But her new life held a painful twist. Though married to Henri, she quickly realized that he did not love her. His heart belonged to another woman, Diane de Poitiers, a widow 20 years older, renowned for her grace and political influence. Diane became the true queen of Henri's heart, while Catherine stood beside him merely as a political wife. This humiliation could have broken her. Instead, Catherine adapted. She watched. She listened. She studied the French court with the same quiet scrutiny she had learned in the convents. Everyone underestimated her. They believed she posed no threat, held no true power. Catherine let them believe it. For a Medici, invisibility is often the first stage of influence. Her early years in France were marked by a painful secret. She could not conceive. In a world where queens existed primarily to produce heirs, this inability placed Catherine on the brink of disgrace. Whispers circulated in corridors. Some said she was cursed. Others blamed her Italian blood. Others still claimed she was unfit to bear royal children. Diane de Poitiers reportedly encouraged these rumors, hoping to weaken Catherine's position further. But Catherine was not passive. She sought remedies from physicians, herbalists, and astrologers. She prayed in chapels. She consulted midwives. She even pursued unusual remedies unknown to the French court: ritual baths, exotic tonics, and ancient Florentine treatments that blended science with superstition. For 10 long years, she endured emotional isolation while working tirelessly to secure the single advantage that would protect her future: motherhood. And then, as if destiny had simply been testing her resolve, she conceived. Not once, but 10 times in total over the years. Her transformation from barren queen to the mother of kings changed everything. Yet even as Catherine finally found her footing, the court was shifting. King Francis died. Henri ascended the throne as Henri II, and with his ascension came new dangers. Diane de Poitiers now wielded even greater influence. Catherine's position was delicate. She was queen in title, but not in power. But history has a way of revealing strength at the exact moment it is needed. Henri's death, sudden and horrific during a jousting accident, left Catherine at the center of a kingdom collapsing under religious turmoil, political factionalism, and the ambition of rival families. She stepped into power with a clarity born from a lifetime of observation. In that moment, when France itself seemed ready to tear apart, Catherine de' Medici began the work that would define her place in history. She became not merely Queen Mother, but the quiet force holding a kingdom together through assassination plots, religious wars, betrayals, and the rise of Protestantism. And it is here, in her emergence as France's shadow strategist, that we begin to see the spiritual and financial laws at the core of her life. Long horizons, strategic patience, the discipline to play decades instead of moments. She would outlive kings, outmaneuver nobles, and outlast entire factions, all because she understood the power of time better than any ruler of her age. When King Henri II died in 1559, struck in the eye by a splintered lance during a tournament held in honor of a peace treaty, the shock rolled through France like a thunderclap. The king's cries echoed through the tents. Diane de Poitiers fainted. Courtiers panicked. Physicians scrambled to save him, but the wound was mortal. He died slowly, painfully, the kingdom trembling with every labored breath. And when that final breath left him, France shifted, invisibly, irreversibly. The nobles didn't yet know it, but the moment Henri died, Catherine de' Medici became the most dangerous woman in Europe. Her son, Francis II, a boy of 15, ascended the throne. Catherine, now Queen Mother, stepped into a role she had prepared for her entire life. Quietly, patiently, absolutely. Most expected her to remain ornamental, a grieving widow, a foreign-born outsider tolerated only for the sake of continuity. Instead, Catherine moved with the calm of someone who had waited decades for this precise moment. Her first act was subtle, but devastating. She separated Diane de Poitiers from court. Diane, once the most powerful woman in France, was exiled with a cold precision that shocked the aristocracy. Catherine did not humiliate her. She simply reclaimed every jewel, property, and title Diane had convinced Henri to bestow upon her. It was a surgical removal. No scandal, no spectacle, just quiet inevitability. A Medici signature. With the king dead and the kingdom vulnerable, Catherine built her base of influence through the same method Cosimo and Lorenzo had perfected in Florence. Observe first, act later. She studied the factions tearing France apart. The Bourbon family, powerful and ambitious, saw the boy king as weak and sought to control him. The Guise family, fierce Catholics with military strength, moved swiftly to seize influence over Francis. Protestant Huguenots rallied across the kingdom, emboldened by the weakening monarchy. France was a cauldron beginning to boil. Catherine stood in the center of this gathering storm, without flinching. Her power did not come from armies. It came from her uncanny ability to read people, to recognize intentions buried beneath smiles, to sense the emotional temperature of a room before a word was spoken. The French court was a labyrinth of whispers. Catherine walked it with the same quiet precision she had learned in her convent years. She took control of the king's chambers, not physically, but emotionally. Francis trusted her. He confided in her. He sought her judgment. He had, after all, watched her survive humiliation, exile, and childbirth with an endurance that bordered on myth. He saw in her a figure too constant to ignore. Catherine became his anchor in a court where every hand extended toward him carried a knife hidden in its sleeve. But stabilizing Francis was only the surface of her strategy. Beneath it, Catherine began engineering a long-term plan for the survival of her dynasty. She understood that France's religious divisions were reaching a tipping point. Catholics and Huguenots eyed each other with simmering hostility. A single spark could ignite civil war. Rather than rush toward violence, Catherine did something revolutionary for her time. She sought dialogue. She invited Protestant leaders to court. She listened to them. She acknowledged their grievances. She surprised them with her restraint. At the same time, she spoke with Catholic leaders, appealing to their sense of national unity. She organized conferences, summoned theologians, and sponsored debates. Behind closed doors, she told her advisors that the kingdom's future depended not on victory over heretics, but on coexistence. This was radical, dangerous, unthinkable to the nobles who saw religious compromise as betrayal. But Catherine was not guided by ideology. She was guided by stability, by the Medici instinct for balance as power, and she pursued balance with a patience that confounded her enemies. While others demanded immediate action, Catherine moved like a chess master who sees 20 moves ahead. She did not seek triumph. She sought longevity. She wanted a future in which her children, not rival families, sat on the throne. Every decision she made flowed from that long horizon. This is why she refused to let France fall into the arms of either extreme. If the Catholic Guises gained too much control, she and her sons would become puppets. If the Protestant Bourbons took power, the monarchy itself might fracture. Catherine needed both sides alive and in tension. Only then could the Medici center hold. This balancing act became most visible in her treatment of the Guise family. Despite their arrogance and their attempts to dominate the young king, Catherine kept them close. She flattered their pride. She acknowledged their military skill. She even permitted them influence, just enough to satisfy, never enough to overthrow her. At the same time, she extended cautious support to moderate Protestants. She allowed them limited freedom to worship. She protected some leaders from assassination attempts. She encouraged negotiations that infuriated extremist Catholics. To the casual observer, Catherine seemed inconsistent. But in truth, she was playing a game that required dynamic equilibrium. She stabilized the kingdom not through force, but through tension carefully distributed, so no single faction grew powerful enough to dominate the crown. Behind this strategic brilliance lay her spiritual worldview. Catherine believed that destiny unfolded across decades, not moments. Her motto, whispered privately to her children, was simple: endure, adapt, outlast. It was a philosophy born from Medici survival across generations. A belief that time was the greatest weapon, patience the greatest shield. This philosophy fueled her financial values as well. France's treasury was strained. Wars, court extravagance, and economic instability threatened the monarchy. Catherine drew from the Medici playbook. She reorganized taxes, stabilized grain supplies, cut unnecessary spending, negotiated with bankers in Lyon. She understood that a kingdom at war with itself could not afford financial chaos. In these early years as regent, Catherine demonstrated that influence does not require charisma, beauty, or popularity. It requires one thing only: an unshakable grasp of reality. She saw the world clearly, coldly, without illusion. And because she saw it clearly, she could bend it. And yet, the years ahead would demand more of her than even she could predict. Bloodshed would stain her reign. Assassinations would force her into decisions that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She would be blamed for tragedies she tried desperately to prevent. And she would become a figure both feared and misunderstood, her legend obscured by the fog of conflict. France entered the 1560s like a candle flickering in a storm, flame trembling, wax melting, shadows stretching across the walls. And at the center of those shadows stood Catherine de' Medici, one hand steadying the monarchy, the other navigating the labyrinth of a kingdom prepared to devour itself. Her eldest son, Francis II, had died unexpectedly, fragile, sickly, barely touching the throne before the crown slipped from his grasp. His brother Charles IX, only 10 years old, became king. A child, a frightened child, the kind who clutched his mother's arm as nobles shouted around him. Catherine became regent, not in name only. In truth, with the death of Francis, the power vacuum in France widened into a chasm. The Guise family moved swiftly, their ambition sharper than their swords. They wanted to control the boy king, using him as a puppet to turn France into a Catholic fortress. The Bourbon family countered, rallying Huguenots who dreamed of religious freedom and political revenge. And between these two storms stood Catherine, not a warrior, not a general, not even a beloved queen, but a strategist. Her genius was never in domination. It was in equilibrium. She recognized something no one else saw. France could not be saved by one victory. It could only be saved by preventing all-out annihilation. If either faction gained total control, civil war would be inevitable. She had to thread a path so thin it was almost invisible, a line between extremes where survival lived. So Catherine began ruling France through a method no monarch had ever attempted: governing through tension. She empowered the Guises just enough to keep them loyal. She tolerated the Huguenots just enough to avoid revolt. She negotiated, soothed, redirected, disarmed, delayed. She ensured every faction needed her more than it hated her. This required a kind of emotional intelligence that borders on clairvoyance. She could read fear in a noble's posture. She could sense betrayal in a pause. She could detect ambition in a single polite smile. She possessed the Medici gift of understanding people at their most unspoken level. Yet France was becoming more dangerous by the day. Huguenot preachers stirred crowds with fiery sermons. Catholic militants marched through towns seeking heretics. Farmers hoarded grain, expecting war. Merchants whispered about foreign intervention. Diplomats sent frantic letters warning that Spain and England were watching closely, waiting for France to fall so they could claim advantage. Catherine responded with a tactic no one expected. She embraced transparency as a weapon. She summoned the Estates General and allowed grievances to be aired openly, exposing faction leaders to public scrutiny. She traveled the kingdom with her children, presenting a united royal family to a divided nation. She publicly attended Catholic Mass while privately negotiating with Protestant leaders. She hosted lavish festivals designed to distract the nobles, reminding them of courtly obligations. She employed astrologers to calm superstitious fears. She used financial incentives to stabilize wavering regions. This was court politics as emotional architecture. And then came the moment that crystallized her legacy, the Colloquy of Poissy in 1561. A conference unlike any France had attempted, a gathering of Catholic cardinals and Protestant theologians in one hall, asked to find common ground. Catherine walked into the room wearing a simple black gown, her face calm, her hands folded. Observers said she radiated an authority unlike any queen they had ever seen. Not commanding, but grounding. She opened the conference with a plea that echoed through Europe. "We are all children of God. Let us not destroy what God wishes us to preserve." For a brief moment, France inhaled. Catholics listened. Protestants softened. Unity seemed within reach. The moment passed. Neither side could fully yield. Doctrine was too rigid, wounds too deep, pride too thick. Yet Catherine's attempt revealed her clarity. She was playing for time, not triumph. And time, in those years, was worth more than gold. But the factions were growing restless. Catherine sensed it, the way wind shifts before a forest fire. She began to deploy subtler tactics, moving pieces on the board without ever appearing to touch it. She placed informants in noble households. She intercepted letters written in invisible ink. She arranged marriages to dilute alliances. She redistributed lands to weaken power bases. She bribed generals quietly. She funded pamphlets anonymously. She staged feasts to mask political negotiations. She rotated her children's tutors to prevent ideological capture. These maneuvers allowed her to maintain a balance so precarious that even one misstep could ignite civil war. And then, misstep arrived. In 1562, the Duke of Guise, Catherine's greatest threat, attacked a group of Huguenots worshipping peacefully in a barn at Vassy. He slaughtered them. Word spread like wildfire. Families wept in the streets. Entire towns screamed for vengeance. France erupted. The first of the French Wars of Religion began. 8 wars in total, spanning decades, filled with betrayal and bloodshed. Catherine found herself ruling not a kingdom, but a battlefield. She should have broken under the weight. But she did not. Instead, Catherine adapted again. She negotiated ceasefires with the coolness of a diplomat twice her age. She made peace treaties knowing they would last months at best. She calmed her sons when they trembled. She held council meetings until dawn. She faced generals who towered over her with nothing but her will. She stabilized a monarchy held together by the faintest threads. And through it all, she carried one belief that guided every decision. If the monarchy survived, France would eventually heal. If the monarchy fell, France would never recover. This long-horizon vision, this Medici ability to think in decades rather than moments, is what allowed Catherine to remain powerful even as war tore her kingdom apart. Power gained through patience is difficult to see, until the moment it is forced into the light. For years, Catherine de' Medici ruled through nuance, through whispered persuasion, through alliances crafted with the delicacy of lacework. But France was a kingdom sliding toward madness. The nobles grew bolder. The factions hardened. And Catherine, who had spent her life mastering the art of subtle influence, found herself steering a nation where subtlety was no longer enough. The wars dragged on. Treaties flickered and died like candles in a draft. Tension seeped into every corner of the kingdom. Fields where farmers whispered of rebellion, marketplaces where merchants argued over taxes, cathedrals where priests denounced the heresy of their neighbors. Catherine had spent a decade keeping France from shattering. Now the cracks widened faster than any statesman could repair them. Her middle son, King Charles VI, was growing older, but not stronger. Sensitive, intelligent, and afflicted by a restless, trembling anxiety, he oscillated between affection for his mother and the terror of failing a kingdom that looked to him for salvation. Catherine knew Charles could not command the factions with authority. He needed her, not only as regent, but as shield, as strategist, as stabilizer of France's fragile center. Two forces now dominated the political landscape. The Catholic Guise family, fierce and uncompromising. The Protestant Huguenot leaders, led by Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, cunning, disciplined, and increasingly influential with the king. Catherine, who had spent her life preventing the dominance of either faction, watched as Charles became increasingly captivated by Coligny's charisma. The admiral spoke passionately of strengthening France by confronting Spain, an idea that alarmed Catherine deeply. War with Spain would devastate the monarchy. It would bankrupt the treasury. It would shatter the delicate balance she had worked so long to preserve. She faced a terrifying possibility. If Coligny gained full control of the king, the Guises would revolt, and France would drown in blood. Her fears were not unfounded. A network of noble families quietly armed their retainers. Priests denounced the Huguenots in sermons. Foreign ambassadors sent letters warning that Europe would intervene if France spiraled further into chaos. Catherine found herself in a position no ruler envies. She did not need victory. She needed survival. Yet survival required preventing two storms from colliding while standing directly between them. And then came the moment that shifted everything, a moment still debated by historians. On August 22nd, 1572, Admiral Coligny was shot in the street by an assassin. He was wounded, not killed. Paris erupted in horror. Protestants blamed the Guises. The Guises blamed foreign agents. Tension surged like a wave rising to break. Catherine was summoned to the king. Charles IX looked pale as parchment. He trembled with emotion. He wanted revenge for the attack on Coligny. He wanted justice. He was determined to punish those responsible, likely the Guises. Catherine understood instantly what this meant. If Charles acted on impulse, civil war would begin before sunset. Not a political contest. A massacre. Her voice remained calm. She spoke to him slowly, steadily. She reminded him of the fragility of the throne, the danger of rash vengeance, the need for caution when the kingdom was a tinderbox. Some claim she persuaded him to wait. Others claim she feared losing influence if Coligny dominated Charles entirely. Still others accuse her of orchestrating the attack, though no evidence confirms this. What is known? The situation spiraled beyond control. Paris was boiling. The Guise family was furious. Protestant leaders marched armed through the streets. Catholic zealots prepared for retaliation. Rumors spread faster than horses could gallop. Foreign ambassadors observed with dread. Every faction felt threatened. Every faction felt justified. France stood on the brink. And then came the night of August 23rd, the eve of St. Bartholomew's Day. It began in whispers. We must strike first. If we wait, we die. The enemy is at our door. In the palace, Catherine held urgent councils with her advisers. Some begged for decisive action. Others warned of catastrophe. Catherine listened to all, weighed each voice, and faced a decision no human should ever have to make. If she allowed the assassination of Coligny and a handful of Huguenot leaders, perhaps civil war could be delayed. If she did nothing, civil war would erupt immediately, on a scale so vast the monarchy could not survive. When Charles V entered the council chamber that night, exhausted and frantic, he reportedly shouted, "Kill them all, so that no one will reproach me later." Whether he meant it, whether he was manipulated, whether Catherine agreed or was simply overpowered by the urgency of events, none can say with certainty. But the decision was made. Before dawn broke, soldiers moved through Paris. Doors were forced open. Swords were drawn. Gunshots shattered windows. The city plunged into one of the darkest nights in French history. The Saint-Bartholomew's Day massacre became a stain Catherine could never wash away. Yet history often tells only the blood, not the context. Catherine did not order the slaughter of thousands. The initial plan, whether wise or foolish, was limited to key leaders. It was the frenzy of Paris, the hatred buried in its streets, the militant factions waiting for permission, that turned a political strike into a nationwide massacre. Catherine spent that entire night awake, pacing the halls, listening to distant screams drifting over Paris, praying that the kingdom would hold, praying that the fires would not consume everything. She knew she had stepped into a realm where every choice ended in loss. She had chosen the path she believed would save the monarchy. And perhaps, in cold, strategic terms, it did. For France did not collapse that night. The crown survived. Her children remained on the throne. But the cost was immeasurable. The world branded her the Black Queen. Pamphlets portrayed her as a witch. Enemies claimed she drank the blood of Protestants. Foreign rulers condemned her. Poets cursed her name. And yet, those who knew her intimately left a different record. Her servants wrote that she had nightmares for years afterward. Her confessor said she believed she had sinned, but saw no other path for France. Her children described her breaking down in private, though never in public. Catherine, daughter of Florence, student of Medici endurance, had entered her darkest crucible. And still, she continued, for the kingdom did not stop burning. There were more wars, more betrayals, more threats to the throne, more sons who died young, more factions hungry for power, more decisions with no right answer. Yet through it all, Catherine held the monarchy together, not with glory, not with popularity, but with the quiet, relentless force of someone who believed in the long horizon, someone who believed that the dynasty must outlive the chaos, someone who believed that the only true defeat was collapse. Catherine entered her final years with the weariness of someone who had seen too much. She had buried her husband. She had buried 3 sons who lived long enough to wear the crown, each one brittle under the weight of the kingdom. She had buried countless friends, allies, rivals, and enemies. She had outlived conspiracies that would have destroyed lesser rulers. And she had endured a reputation blackened by wars she did not start but could not escape. Yet she continued to rule, not because she loved power for its own sake, but because, without her, France would shatter. By the late 1570s, Catherine's face had hardened into something both regal and haunted. Her eyes, once bright with youthful curiosity, now held the depth of a woman who understood that ruling was a form of slow sacrifice. Her health declined. Her legs swelled painfully. Her physicians warned her to avoid stress, an impossible instruction for a queen holding a kingdom together with sheer will. She moved through palaces with a quiet gravity, leaning on a cane carved from dark wood, often stopping to whisper instructions to secretaries or receive ambassadors. She wore black, the color of widows and mothers who have outlived too many children. She carried herself with dignity, never rushing, never trembling. Those who saw her described her presence as a shadow that commanded sunlight. Rumors followed her everywhere, that she possessed poisoned gloves, that she kept a cabinet of deadly herbs, that she employed astrologers to foresee her enemies' deaths, that she had agents capable of slipping powders into wine cups, that she orchestrated assassinations with a smile. None of these rumors were fully true, but none were wholly false either. Catherine believed in omens, symbolism, dreams, and celestial signs, beliefs common in her era, especially among rulers desperate for certainty. Her personal astrologer, Cosimo Ruggieri, became a fixture of the French court. He cast horoscopes for treaties, marriages, and military campaigns. Catherine did not rely on him blindly, but she listened. She saw astrology not as superstition, but as a psychological tool, something that gave her clarity when the world spiraled into unpredictability. The poisoned glove stories were exaggerations, but Catherine did understand toxicology. In a century where poisoning was a political language, she studied its grammar. Knowledge did not imply guilt. It implied preparedness. A queen surrounded by enemies needed every possible form of understanding. Her true weapons were still the ones she had mastered as a child: patience, observation, timing, and the subtle pressure that could turn a conversation into a decision. France continued to burn with periodic wars between Catholics and Huguenots. Catherine negotiated each peace treaty with exhausted grace. She rode across France, even in her weakening condition, to meet rebellious nobles in their own territories. She sat across tables from men who despised her, bribed some, threatened others, forgave many, punished a few. She played factions like instruments, adjusting tension to prevent total collapse. But the greatest tragedy of her later years was the fate of her son, King Henry III. He was elegant, intelligent, and deeply troubled. He wore elaborate clothing. He surrounded himself with favorites who whispered into his ears and distracted him from the needs of the crown. He oscillated between bursts of spiritual devotion and moments of paranoid despair. Catherine tried to guide him. She traveled constantly to support him. She attended council meetings by his side. She reminded him of the kingdom's fragility. She held his trembling hands after political crises. But Henry III drifted further away from her, consumed by grief, frustration, and the unbearable sense that his crown was made of shadows. The crisis came in 1588. The Guise family grew too powerful, threatening to overtake the monarchy entirely. Henry III, desperate and terrified, ordered the assassination of the Duke of Guise at Blois. The killing shocked Europe. Catherine, ill and exhausted, arrived at Blois too late to stop it. She confronted her son in a scene described by witnesses as heartbreaking. Her voice was soft, her face pale, her disappointment unmistakable. "You have destroyed yourself," she whispered, because Catherine understood what Henry did not. The assassination of the Guise leader would ignite a final fire. The Catholic League revolted. Paris rose against the king. France moved one step closer to collapse. Catherine died weeks later, in early 1589, before seeing the full consequences of that decision. She died with the grief of knowing her dynasty stood on the edge of disappearance, with only one heir remaining, Henry of Navarre, a Protestant who would become Henry IV. And yet, because Catherine had devoted her life to preserving the monarchy in all its fragility, the crown did pass smoothly to Henry IV after Henry III's death. France did not break. The throne did not fall. The Medici lineage of influence survived through alliances, through descendants, through the political structures she built. Her enemies called her the Black Queen. Her children called her Mother. Historians called her ruthless. Statesmen called her necessary. France, in its long memory, came to see her as the queen who prevented destruction, even when the world mistook survival for cruelty. And beneath her turbulent reign lies a profound spiritual principle. Long-term thinking is often invisible. Its victories rarely look like triumphs. They look like survival. Catherine understood that generations of rulers create dynasties, but only those who protect the present keep the future alive. She carried the Medici belief that influence was not measured in applause, but in endurance. And within her life lies the financial lesson of this chapter. Generational wealth is not the growth of assets. It is the preservation of possibility. It is the ability to keep options alive through storms, to prevent ruin, to buy time when time is the rarest currency. Catherine bought France time. Time to reform. Time to stabilize. Time to eventually thrive. Her legacy is not bright. It is not gentle. It is not celebrated. But it is one of the most enduring examples of strategic patience in history. There are nights in history when the stars seem to dim, when a dynasty built on insight begins to stumble, not because the world suddenly changed, but because those within it stopped listening to the quiet warnings that once guided their forebears. For the Medici, that night came slowly, first as a faint trembling beneath the surface of prosperity, then as a widening crack in the marble of their empire. To understand the fall of the Medici Bank, we must begin with a truth that every dynasty eventually learns. Success is a tide that carries wisdom in its rise and carelessness in its retreat. Cosimo had built the Medici Empire with the patience of a craftsman and the caution of a man who knew exile was a single misstep away. Lorenzo had expanded it with elegance and emotional intelligence, holding Florence together through intuition. But after Lorenzo's death in 1492, the bank passed into the hands of men who inherited its wealth, but not its discipline, its prestige, but not its insight, its name, but not its nerve. The decline began quietly, not with catastrophe, not with scandal, but with comfort. The new generation of Medici bankers, Lorenzo's sons Piero and Giovanni, who would later become Pope Leo X, had grown up surrounded by luxury and awe. They had not wandered the drafty workrooms of wool merchants or watched their fathers negotiate with guild leaders over flickering candlelight. They had not stood in the shadows of rivals who desired their destruction. They had been raised in palaces, tutored by poets, dining on silver and crystal. Their world was too soft for the kind of clarity upon which banking empires survive. Piero de' Medici, Lorenzo's heir, was the first to reveal this drift. Called Piero the Unfortunate by history, he lived up to the name. He lacked his father's judgment and his grandfather's restraint. He made decisions with haste rather than strategic patience. He underestimated enemies. He misunderstood allies. When Charles VIII of France invaded Italy, Piero panicked. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he handed over Florentine fortresses without negotiation, an act of surrender that disgusted the city. Florence, scandalized and outraged, expelled him. He fled into the night, a Medici wandering without a city. In that moment of humiliation, Florence rediscovered something its bankers had forgotten. A dynasty survives on loyalty, not entitlement. But while Piero stumbled politically, the bank itself was deteriorating financially. The Medici Bank had once been the most innovative financial institution in Europe. It pioneered letters of credit. It mastered foreign exchange. It built branches across the continent and wove a web of influence that stretched from London to Bruges to Rome. But innovation had faded into routine, and routine had sunk into negligence. The managers appointed to oversee the branches were no longer the hungry, sharp-minded traders Cosimo had cultivated. They were nobles, relatives, friends, men chosen for their loyalty rather than their competence. The London branch lent too freely to the English crown, whose repayments came late and often incomplete. The Bruges branch mismanaged funds, tangled in local politics. The Milan branch was plagued by corruption. And the Rome branch, once the Medici gem, became bloated with the extravagance of curial politics. Debts accumulated quietly. Interests were renegotiated repeatedly. And because the Medici name was so revered, no one wanted to deliver bad news. This is the danger of reputation. It can become so vast that subordinates choose silence over honesty. But the deeper failure was not in the numbers. It was in the psychology. Cosimo believed banking was a service. Lorenzo believed patronage was an investment in stability. But the later Medici saw wealth as a birthright. They spent lavishly, funded spectacles without calculating returns, and extended credit to nobles who offered prestige but not solvency. They believed the Medici aura would protect them, that the city which once begged for their return would never turn against them. They forgot the law that had safeguarded their dynasty for generations. Wealth is not inherited. Wealth is maintained. Only poverty is automatic. As branches weakened and debts multiplied, external pressures intensified. Florence, always a city of fiercely independent merchants, began questioning whether the Medici family still deserved its central role. Rival families, Strozzi, Pazzi remnants, Soderini, and the hardened Republican faction whispered in taverns and guild halls that the Medici had grown decadent. Preachers criticized their opulence. Bankers pointed to rumors of unpaid loans. Guild leaders murmured that the Medici had abandoned the spirit of Florence. These murmurs grew into voices. The voices grew into rallies. And rallies became movement. Then, into this fragile landscape, stepped a figure who ignited the powder stored in Florence's foundations, Girolamo Savonarola, the Dominican friar whose sermons scorched through the city with apocalyptic fire. Savonarola denounced the Medici as lovers of vanity, protectors of corruption, enemies of divine simplicity. crowds gathered by the thousands to hear him speak. He preached of a Florence that must purge its sin to become the New Jerusalem. He called Lorenzo's artistic renaissance a veil of deception. And the people, exhausted by war, debt, and famine, believed him. Catherine de' Medici would later learn to use religion as strategy. But in Florence, religion became the blade that cut the Medici down. The bank faltered. The people revolted. The Medici were exiled again, but this time, it was not a temporary banishment. It was the beginning of the end for the Medici Bank. Without Florence, the bank lost its foundation. Without competent managers, it lost its structure. Without disciplined leadership, it lost its purpose. And in the years that followed Lorenzo's death, branch after branch closed, debts outpaced revenue, and the once mighty Medici financial empire crumbled until it was a shadow, a memory, a whisper. In exile, Piero tried to reclaim honor on the battlefield, but drowned in the Garigliano River, a fate tragically symbolic, a Medici swallowed by currents he could no longer control. The bank died quietly. No dramatic collapse, no flames, no riots, just a slow, suffocating erosion. A dynasty undone by the one force it could not negotiate with, its own comfort. But the story of the Medici decline is not merely history. It is a warning written across centuries in the language of human nature. A dynasty loses itself the moment it stops being afraid of losing. The decline of the Medici Bank was not merely a financial failure. It was a spiritual erosion, slow, patient, and devastatingly precise. Dynasties rarely collapse because of one catastrophic event. They collapse because of a gradual forgetting, a forgetting of the laws that once protected them, a forgetting of the hunger that once sharpened their judgment, a forgetting of the humility that once aligned them with reality rather than illusion. The Medici forgot themselves. Cosimo had lived with exile hovering over his shoulder like a shadow. Lorenzo had ruled with an instinctive awareness that power was always borrowed from the people, never owned. But their descendants grew up surrounded by comfort so thick it muffled the sound of danger. They no longer feared exile. They no longer respected risk. They believed, without saying it aloud, that their name alone could bend the world. This forgetting violated the spiritual law that had guided the Medici rise for generations, the law of disequilibrium. This law is simple, yet unforgiving. When an organism, or a dynasty, stops adapting, it begins dying. When stability becomes routine instead of strategy, decay begins beneath the surface. When risk is ignored rather than managed, the universe rearranges itself with force. When pride replaces curiosity, decline accelerates. And nowhere was this more visible than in the hearts of the last Medici bankers. They no longer cultivated relationships with artisans, guild leaders, and merchants. They spoke instead with nobles, ambassadors, and courtiers, people whose wealth existed in reputation, not solvency. They no longer visited workshops or negotiated in market stalls. They spent their days in villas surrounded by musicians, feasts, and lavish tournaments. They no longer measured influence through loyalty or service. They measured it through appearance, through spectacle, through the illusion of strength. The Medici Bank did not collapse because enemies were stronger. It collapsed because the Medici stopped being Medici. And this transformation revealed the dangerous psychology of inherited wealth. Wealth without vigilance becomes anesthesia. Wealth without purpose becomes ornament. Wealth without understanding becomes liability. The later Medici believed wealth was meant to be displayed. Cosimo believed it was meant to be circulated. Lorenzo believed it was meant to be invested into people. But the heirs believed it was meant to be consumed. The shift was subtle at first. Lavish banquets, extravagant wardrobes, luxurious estates, gifts to nobles who offered nothing in return. Each indulgence seemed harmless, but indulgence becomes identity before anyone notices. And once wealth becomes identity, losing wealth feels like losing the self. That fear creates denial, and denial is where collapse begins. The Medici heirs began approving loans based on honor rather than solvency. They trusted kings who were drowning in debt, thinking royal dignity was enough to guarantee repayment. They ignored warnings from managers who quietly whispered that certain accounts were emptying faster than they were filling. One chronicler wrote that in the final years of the bank, branches sent reports back to Florence, sealed with the wax of silence. The silence was the problem. Cosimo had encouraged his managers to argue with him. Lorenzo had insisted on hearing bad news first. The heirs preferred compliments to truth, and truth, when ignored, does not vanish. It gathers interest, like unpaid debt. The spiritual decay continued in another way. The Medici lost their discipline of observation. The family had once been masters of reading people. Cosimo could tell a man's loyalty by the way he greeted a servant. Lorenzo could predict political shifts by listening to gossip in the workshops and academies. But the later heirs surrounded themselves with flatterers, an echo chamber disguised as a court. Flatterers obscure consequences. They create a fog where intuition cannot breathe. They tell you everything is fine because they fear losing your favor. And so, the Medici walked blind into decline, guided not by intuition, but by illusion. This violation of the law of disequilibrium came at a heavy cost. For centuries, Florence had been the jewel of Europe. But as the bank weakened, Florence's enemies sharpened their knives. Rival families, once subdued by Medici alliances, sensed weakness. Republican factions claimed the Medici had lost their moral mandate. Merchant guilds whispered that the family no longer served the city. This breach between the Medici and the Florentine people was not a political disagreement. It was a spiritual disconnection. Cosimo had loved the city. Lorenzo had uplifted it. Their heirs expected it to bow. The spiritual contract was broken. And when a community senses that its rulers no longer serve its soul, the bond dissolves. In the language of finance, this is the collapse of trust capital. In the language of spirit, it is the collapse of alignment. Trust, once lost, becomes the most expensive asset in the world. The rise of Savonarola was not random. He emerged because Florence was spiritually empty and emotionally unanchored. His sermons filled that void. His voice resonated because the Medici had ceased resonating with the people. His call for moral purification was seductive because the Medici had become associated with decadence rather than virtue. Savonarola did not defeat the Medici by force. He defeated them by echo, an echo of the people's disappointment, an echo of the city's longing for meaning, an echo of a dynasty that had abandoned its own philosophy. Yet this decline reveals a deeper truth. When wealth grows faster than wisdom, collapse is guaranteed. When comfort grows deeper than purpose, stagnation begins. When prestige becomes more important than prudence, entropy accelerates. The Medici heirs violated every principle their ancestors had honored. They stopped listening. They stopped adapting. They stopped observing. They stopped circulating value. They stopped cultivating alliances. They stopped fearing decline. And when a dynasty stops fearing decline, decline arrives. This spiritual decay also revealed the financial insight at the core of this chapter. Sustainability requires humility. Growth requires vigilance. Legacy requires alignment. History often dramatizes collapse as a single moment, a thunderclap, a sudden fall, a dynasty extinguished in an instant. But financial collapse is rarely theatrical. More often, it is slow, quiet, a dimming rather than an explosion, a gradual erosion of structure disguised beneath a veneer of prestige, until one day the weight of unexamined liabilities pulls everything into the abyss. So it was with the Medici Bank. By the time the collapse became visible, the damage had long been done. The numbers had already turned against them. The letters from distant branches had already darkened in tone. The cash reserves had already thinned. The reputation of stability, that invisible architecture on which all banks depend, had already begun to crumble. To understand the fall, we must examine the financial mechanisms that sealed the Medici fate. The first cause was credit risk, misjudged, mismanaged, and catastrophically underestimated. The Medici Bank had once treated loans as partnerships. Cosimo lent strategically, but always in alignment with social, political, and moral logic. He favored those who strengthened Florence, those who contributed to networks of mutual benefit. But in the decades after Lorenzo's death, loans were extended not through analysis, but through vanity. The Medici lent enormous sums to monarchs, kings who spent lavishly, waged wars they could not afford, and repaid debts at a pace slower than a dying candle. England was notorious for delayed repayments, but the heirs continued lending, believing that royal prestige guaranteed security. It did not. The crown may wear gold, but its pockets are often empty. Credit exposure became a trap. If the Medici refused loans to kings, they risked losing political favor. If they continued lending, they risked insolvency. They chose favor over prudence. This was not investment. It was appeasement. And appeasement is bankruptcy in slow motion. The second cause was liquidity failure. Branch managers making local decisions without centralized control. The Bruges branch, once the brightest jewel in the Medici network, became entangled in disputes between local rulers. The Milan branch fell victim to corruption, its managers siphoning funds without oversight. The London branch, under incompetent leadership, extended credit to unreliable wool traders, believing future profits would offset present irresponsibility. In the absence of strong oversight, each branch became a kingdom unto itself. Decisions were opaque, records incomplete, accountability absent. The bank that once operated like a finely tuned Florentine clock had turned into a mosaic of dysfunction. One surviving ledger from the Lion branch shows entries such as payment expected, unknown, debtor unresponsive, awaiting miracle, funds missing, investigation postponed, awaiting miracle. That phrase could be the epitaph of the late Medici Bank. The third cause was political entanglement, allowing financial decisions to be dictated by political anxiety. Under Lorenzo, politics and finance reinforced one another, but always within a strategic framework. Under later heirs, politics led finance by the throat. They funded political allies without due diligence. They used the bank to curry favor rather than build strength. They offered favorable terms to nobles who promised support but delivered nothing. Worst of all, branches often held back critical reports out of fear of offending Medici pride. Politics infected the numbers. Fear infected the truth. Pride infected the judgment. And pride, more than any enemy, is what kills banking empires. The fourth cause was structural fragility, an over-reliance on a network model without redundancy. The Medici Bank had grown through its branch system, pioneering a level of international finance unmatched in Europe at the time. But innovation becomes vulnerability when not updated. As competition increased, Fugger bankers in Germany, Dutch merchants rising in the north, the Medici failed to modernize. They clung to structures built for an earlier century. They did not diversify assets into emerging industries. They failed to develop new instruments of credit. They relied too heavily on the prestige of their name. Prestige is not a balance sheet. Prestige is not collateral. Prestige is not liquidity. Prestige is a mask, and masks eventually crack. The fifth and final cause was a spiritual deficit, the absence of vision, hunger, and humility. Without these, even the most brilliant financial structure collapses. Because finance is not numbers. Finance is trust. Finance is discipline. Finance is the ability to see tomorrow's consequences in today's choices. The later Medici had inherited a golden ship, but they sailed it without understanding the sea. They mistook momentum for mastery. They mistook name for power. They mistook fame for stability. And so, branch by branch, the bank was stripped away. Florence, once nourished by Medici influence, turned against them. In the face of political turmoil, the bank's vulnerabilities were exploited by enemies who saw the opportunity of a generation. Savonarola's uprising accelerated the unraveling. The Medici fled. Assets were seized. Branches collapsed like poorly built scaffolding. The Medici Bank died not with thunder, but with a sigh. A fading ledger. A closed vault. A legacy surrendered to the wind. And yet, here lies the paradox at the heart of Chapter 6. The financial collapse of the bank did not erase the Medici influence. It merely removed the illusion that money was their true source of power. Because the Medici dynasty would rise again, not through banking, but through reputation, marriage, papal authority, queenship, and strategic resilience. They would lose their wealth but retain their influence. They would lose their bank but keep their name. They would lose their liquidity but preserve their symbolic capital. This is the final lesson of the Medici fall. When greed outpaces vision, wealth decays. When vision outlives wealth, legacy survives. Before a storm destroys a ship, the sea often turns strangely still, as if the world takes one long inhale before the chaos begins. But after the storm, after the wreckage, after the final wave has swallowed the last fragment of the deck, something even stranger happens. A silence settles. A new horizon forms. The world continues. And from the survivors, a new philosophy emerges. For the Medici, that philosophy was Renaissance thinking. The fall of their bank had shattered illusions. It humbled the family. It revealed truths no ledger could hide. Yet in losing their financial empire, the Medici stumbled into something far more enduring. They began building a wealth that could not be seized, taxed, or exiled. The wealth of convergence. The Renaissance was not a cultural movement. It was an operating system, a way of thinking about the world that fused disciplines once considered separate. Artists thought like engineers. Engineers studied philosophy. Philosophers explored anatomy. Physicians read poetry. Diplomats commissioned sculptures. Merchants funded scholars. And rulers engaged astrologers, architects, and mathematicians in the same breath. It was the first time in Western history when the boundaries between domains dissolved, and the Medici stood at the center of that dissolution like an unseen gravitational force. To understand this blueprint, we must return to a single, indispensable truth. Florence was not wealthy because the Medici were powerful. The Medici were powerful because Florence was interdisciplinary. This is the heart of the Renaissance and the heart of this chapter. To grasp how this convergence created an engine of creativity unmatched in European history, consider the world young Michelangelo was born into. He studied sculpture under Bertoldo di Giovanni, a student of Donatello, one lineage of thought. But at the Medici Palace, he also attended lectures on Platonic philosophy given by Marsilio Ficino, another lineage entirely. Ficino taught that beauty was a pathway to the divine, an expression of cosmic harmony. Michelangelo absorbed this worldview, and it shaped not only his mind, but his chisel. His sculptures were not merely anatomical studies. They were prayers carved into marble. That fusion, anatomy and theology, form and metaphysics, is what made Michelangelo, Michelangelo. Consider Leonardo da Vinci. Wandering through Florence as a young apprentice, he was not taught to limit himself. He studied engineering from Milanese texts, anatomy from observing cadavers, optics from reading Alhazen, geometry from Pacioli, and costume design from theatrical troupes. Leonardo's genius was not born from specialization. It was born from crossing disciplines that no one else thought to cross. The Medici saw this instinctively. They did not fund art. They funded intersection. And perhaps nothing captures this essence better than the Platonic Academy at Careggi, an institution not quite a school, not quite a church, not quite a salon. It was a living organism where thought flowed freely between scholars, merchants, nobles, and youth. Ficino translated Plato. Pico della Mirandola wrote the Oration on the Dignity of Man, a text that became the manifesto of Renaissance humanism. And Lorenzo de' Medici fed the Academy not only with gold, but with his own presence, hosting debates where ideas could be tested, challenged, refined. This academy became the intellectual DNA of Florence, a code that allowed artists to think like scientists, a code that allowed scientists to think like mystics, a code that allowed mystics to think like statesmen. It was a system of cross-pollination centuries ahead of its time. This convergence produced the financial equivalent of compound interest, but in knowledge. When one domain intersects with another, innovation accelerates. And when many domains intersect simultaneously, innovation becomes explosive. This is why the Renaissance happened in Florence, not in larger, wealthier cities, not in Venice, not in Naples, not in Paris, not in London. Florence had something no other city possessed, a culture that rewarded multidisciplinary fluidity. Guilds collaborated. Scholars shared manuscripts. Artisans taught nobles how to draw. Nobles debated theology with stonemasons. Monks learned mathematics from merchants. The boundary between professions was porous, flexible, alive. This is the Renaissance blueprint, and the Medici were its custodians. Their patronage did not follow the logic of investment measured only in fiscal return. It followed a deeper logic, investment in the connective tissue of society. They funded bridges between disciplines, between people, between eras of thought. But convergence was not limited to the arts and sciences. It extended into politics, finance, and even spirituality. When Cosimo funded Brunelleschi's dome, the project required not only architectural brilliance, but mathematical innovation, logistical planning, engineering ingenuity, artistic craftsmanship, economic negotiation, and theological symbolism. The dome was not a building. It was a living demonstration of interdisciplinary mastery. When Lorenzo negotiated peace between rival city-states, he used philosophy to persuade, poetry to soften, mathematics to justify, art to impress, and diplomacy to bind. His methods were not linear. They were multidimensional. The Medici understood something timeless. The richer your mind's intersections, the richer your life's outcomes. This is the philosophy at the heart of convergence. Value arises not from specialization, but from synthesis. Insight emerges not from depth alone, but from breadth and depth combined. Wealth flows not from one source, but from many sources interacting. In financial terms, this is diversification with intelligence, diversification not of assets, but of intellect. In spiritual terms, this is the unity of the human experience, mind, soul, craft, and purpose aligned. In historical terms, this is the Renaissance, the rebirth of multidimensional human potential. To understand how this blueprint became the engine of Medici influence, we must explore the people who embodied it. People like Cellini, Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Machiavelli, and Botticelli, figures whose talents crossed boundaries that modern minds mistake for separate domains. In the next chunk, we will step deeper into these intersections, the real mechanics of Renaissance convergence, the invisible rules that made Florence the innovation capital of the Western world, and the philosophical insights that transformed creativity into a form of capital more powerful than gold. If Florence felt like a living workshop during the height of the Renaissance, it was because the city breathed in more than air. It inhaled ideas. Everywhere one walked, disciplines collided. A goldsmith shop might echo with debates about Plato. A sculptor's studio might hold half-finished designs for military fortifications. A banker's table might double as a classroom for geometry. This was not accidental. It was structural. The Medici had engineered it, deliberately, consistently, and with a clarity that modern institutions still struggle to replicate. To understand the mechanics of this convergence, imagine walking through Florence on an ordinary morning in the late 15th century. The bells of Santa Maria del Fiore ring across the rooftops. Merchants push open their wooden shutters. Apprentices sweep the stone steps outside workshops. And in those workshops, the Renaissance blueprint unfolds with remarkable simplicity. In a corner studio near the Arno, a young apprentice might be grinding pigments for a painting. Yet on the table beside him rests a manuscript of Euclid's Elements. The master painter insists he study geometry, not because it is fashionable, but because light itself obeys geometry. Depth, perspective, proportion. These are mathematical laws disguised as visual harmony. Walk a little further and you pass the workshop of a goldsmith. Here, apprentices hammer silver into delicate shapes. But the master is not teaching them only metallurgy. He is teaching anatomy, because to create a perfect chalice or pendant, one must understand the curvature of the human hand. Some of these apprentices, like young Benvenuto Cellini, will later become sculptors, architects, designers of fortresses, and writers of autobiographies. In Florence, craft was never a cage. It was a gateway. Cross the Piazza della Signoria and you find a group of scholars gathered under the loggia, discussing Marsilio Ficino's latest translation of Plato. These men are not all academics. Some are merchants. Some are politicians. Some are artists. They debate the nature of the soul, the purpose of beauty, the relationship between fate and free will. These conversations do not remain abstract. They seep into art, architecture, policy, finance, into the city's bloodstream. This is how the Renaissance operated. Ideas moved. They did not remain trapped in monasteries. They did not gather dust in private libraries. They flowed from one domain to another. The Medici understood that movement created innovation, so they built spaces where movement thrived. One such space was the Medici Garden of San Marco, the world's first sculpture academy. It was a place where young artists wandered among classical statues, sketching, studying, internalizing. But it was also a place where political advisors strolled, where priests debated theology with sculptors, where merchants discussed banking with painters. Michelangelo trained here as a teenager. One afternoon, as recorded in early biographies, Lorenzo de' Medici himself stopped beside the young sculptor. examined his chisel work, and invited him to live in the Medici palace. Michelangelo accepted, stepping not only into a home, but into a crucible of intersecting disciplines. In the palace halls, he studied sculpture under Bertoldo, read poetry with the Medici sons, learned philosophy from Ficino, and overheard diplomatic meetings that revealed the psychology of power. He absorbed all of it, and decades later, the fusion of these influences would erupt in the Sistine Chapel ceiling, where theology, anatomy, geometry, and political symbolism converge in every painted gesture. Michelangelo was not exceptional despite the interdisciplinary environment. He was exceptional because of it. Another example lies in the career of Leonardo da Vinci. Florence shaped him in a way no single institution could have. He apprenticed under Verrocchio, a master painter, sculptor, goldsmith, engineer, musician, and designer. From Verrocchio, Leonardo learned that disciplines were not separate buckets, but different expressions of the same curiosity. Florence taught Leonardo to follow questions, not categories. This is why he designed flying machines. This is why he studied hydrodynamics. This is why he dissected corpses. This is why he choreographed spectacles. This is why he painted the Last Supper with mathematical precision and emotional depth. The Renaissance blueprint gave Leonardo permission to explore without boundaries. And in doing so, it gave the world a new model of genius. But convergence extended beyond individuals. It shaped institutions. Take the Florentine guilds, powerful associations that supervised every trade. Unlike guilds elsewhere in Europe, Florentine guilds collaborated across domains. Architects worked with wool merchants. Sculptors worked with bankers. Metalworkers collaborated with engineers. This cross-guild communication created a municipal ecosystem where innovation spread horizontally, not just vertically. Or consider Brunelleschi, architect of the cathedral dome. He was trained as a goldsmith and clockmaker, not a builder. When the city announced a competition to design the dome, traditional architects submitted conventional ideas. Brunelleschi submitted something no one expected, a double-shell dome inspired by Roman engineering, scaled beyond anything attempted since antiquity. His solution required mathematics, logistics, hydraulics, material science, and artistic sensibility. It was pure convergence. Lorenzo de' Medici amplified this culture further through the Platonic Academy. There, scholars merged Christian theology with Platonic ideals, creating a philosophical foundation for humanism. This fusion redefined European thought, encouraging individuals to pursue excellence in multiple directions, not narrow perfection in one. And then there was Machiavelli, Florence's most misunderstood mind. Diplomat, historian, satirist, military theorist, classical scholar, he also embodies the Renaissance blueprint. His political insights were inseparable from his studies of Roman history, his understanding of human behavior, and his experiences with warfare. The Prince is not a political manual. It is the product of a mind trained to see connections across domains. Florence's streets themselves reflected convergence. Artists studied dissections in hospitals to better understand the human body. Physicians consulted astrologers, blending medicine with cosmology. Merchants hired mathematicians to calculate risks across trade routes. Bankers employed painters to design currency and seals. Architects studied music to refine proportions based on harmony. The Renaissance blueprint was not accidental. It was engineered, and its engine was Florence. And Florence's fuel was the Medici. The family invested not in isolated projects, but in the connective tissue that allowed ideas to interlock. They paid for translators, philosophers, librarians, manuscript collectors, and scholars whose work would never be displayed in a chapel or museum, but whose ideas served as the scaffolding for every artistic masterpiece. This interconnected world produced a form of intangible wealth that no rival dynasty could replicate. Creativity as currency, knowledge as capital, imagination as infrastructure. This is the true Medici Effect. Convergence creates exponential value. When examining the Renaissance blueprint, one realizes that its power did not come from intellect alone. It came from integration, from the invisible threads binding seemingly unrelated domains into a single unified way of thinking. It was not mastery of art, science, or philosophy individually that transformed Florence into a cradle of genius. It was the fusion of them. It was the courage to cross boundaries. It was the humility to remain curious. And it was the spiritual belief that the universe itself was interconnected. To understand this deeper, we must explore the philosophical laws behind convergence and how they translate into financial strategy. The first law is the law of intersection, which states that innovation emerges where categories dissolve. In Florence, no discipline lived in isolation. Painters learned anatomy not for medical purposes, but to refine realism. Architects studied music because harmonic ratios shaped beauty. Scientists read poetry because metaphor clarified truth. Philosophers studied commerce because economics revealed human behavior. This collapsing of boundaries produced a new form of intelligence, synthetic intelligence, the ability to unite ideas into something larger than their parts. Modern society often worships specialization. It praises narrow expertise, defined skill sets, academic silos. But specialization creates blinders. It traps thinkers within the walls of their discipline. It prevents new combinations. The Renaissance blueprint teaches the opposite. Progress happens at the borders of knowledge, not the center. Financially, this law manifests in what modern economists call adjacent possibility, the opportunities that appear when seemingly unrelated ideas collide. Every major innovation in history emerged from this pattern, the fusion of what already exists into something new. Florence weaponized this. The second law is the law of creative liquidity, the spiritual counterpart to financial liquidity. In finance, liquidity refers to the ease with which assets flow. In creativity, liquidity refers to the ease with which ideas flow. Cosimo ensured intellectual liquidity by funding libraries, or translators, philosophers, and scribes. He reduced friction. He increased circulation. He created spaces where ideas were exchanged as freely as coins. Lorenzo added emotional liquidity. Festivals, gatherings, discussions, salons, spaces where status dissolved and people spoke as equals. This ease of exchange made Florence fertile. In economics, liquidity increases value by increasing velocity. In creativity, it increases value by increasing possibility. The Medici understood that ideas become wealth when they move, not when they remain trapped in the minds of isolated individuals. The third law is the law of cognitive compounding. Finance teaches that compounding interest, small gains accumulating over time, creates exponential growth. But cognitive compounding is far more powerful. When a sculptor studies anatomy, each lesson enhances not only his sculpting, but his understanding of motion, proportion, emotion. When a diplomat studies history, each insight sharpens not only his negotiation skills, but his ability to predict outcomes. When a banker studies philosophy, each principle clarifies not only financial decisions, but long-term vision. Knowledge compounds across domains. Florence practiced this intuitively. A student who mastered geometry improved his art. A merchant who learned rhetoric improved his negotiations. A goldsmith who studied the classics improved his designs. Every new discipline magnified every other discipline. This is the exponential engine of convergence. The fourth law is the law of emotional resonance. People mistake the Renaissance for an intellectual movement. In truth, it was emotional. It was driven by awe, beauty, curiosity, and the profound desire to understand the world. Emotion was the fuel. Convergence was the architecture. The Medici were the catalysts. Artists were drawn to Florence not merely because of patronage, but because Florence felt alive, vibrant, unpredictable, filled with wonder. Emotion created momentum. Momentum created breakthroughs. Financially, this law is vital. Emotion powers markets. Hope creates booms. Fear creates crashes. Curiosity creates innovation. Confidence creates investment. The Medici mastered emotional dynamics centuries before behavioral economics existed. The fifth and final law is the law of intangible capital. This law underpinned the Medici worldview. The highest forms of wealth are invisible. Reputation, knowledge, relationships, culture, narrative, identity, trust. The Medici lost their bank, but their intangible wealth, cultural capital, symbolic capital, reputational capital, kept their dynasty alive. Long after their vaults emptied, their influence deepened. Consider this paradox. The Medici Bank collapsed in the late 15th century. Yet a Medici became Pope Leo X in 1513. Another became Pope Clement VII in 1523. Catherine de' Medici became Queen of France in 1547. Marie de' Medici became Queen of France in 1600. The dynasty grew more politically powerful after losing its financial empire. This should be impossible unless you understand the law of intangible capital. Their legacy did not depend on gold. It depended on everything gold could not buy: culture, alliances, intellectual prestige, spiritual authority, emotional influence. These were not assets on a ledger. They were assets stored in the mind of civilization. This is the Medici Effect. And within this blueprint lies a financial truth more important than any spreadsheet. Your creative intersections determine your financial horizons. Your breadth determines your leverage. Your curiosity determines your capital. In Renaissance Florence, the mind was the ultimate investment vehicle. Interdisciplinary thinking was the ultimate hedge. Cross-domain curiosity was the ultimate engine of upward mobility. The Medici did not build a banking empire. They built a cultural ecosystem. They built a mental model. And that mental model produced a city whose ideas still shape the modern world. When the last Medici closed her eyes in 1743, Florence did not fall silent. The city did not dim. The world did not forget. Instead, something remarkable happened. The Medici legacy began to glow brighter than it ever had during their lifetime. This is the paradox of influence. Its true radiance often appears only after its source has vanished. Yet, to understand the afterglow, one must first walk through the empty rooms of the Medici palaces. The Palazzo Vecchio, once vibrating with the footsteps of diplomats, scholars, and artists, now holds echoes of conversations long buried by dust. The corridors of the Palazzo Pitti glow with tapestries that once adorned the private chambers of dukes and duchesses. The Uffizi, originally designed by Giorgio Vasari as administrative offices for Medici ministries, now stands as one of the most important art museums on Earth. The statues in the bubbly gardens still cast their shadows across paths where Catherine's ancestors once strolled, plotting alliances that shaped continents. In each of these spaces, something lingers. Not the Medici themselves, but the residue of their thinking, their curiosity, their generosity, their convergence, their belief that knowledge, beauty, and power were not separate pursuits, but parts of a single continuum. The Medici died out as a family, but they remained alive as a force, a blueprint, a memory, a gravitational pull on Western civilization. Their afterglow takes three forms: cultural, philosophical, and financial, and each reveals a different facet of their enduring power. The first afterglow is cultural. The Renaissance, as we know it, does not exist without the Medici. The dome of Santa Maria del Fiore, the sculptures of Donatello, the frescoes of Botticelli, the marble bodies of Michelangelo. These works have outlived kingdoms, revolutions, and empires. They have transcended economics. They have become part of the human story itself. When travelers stand beneath Michelangelo's David, they do not think of the Medici Bank. When crowds gather before Botticelli's Birth of Venus, they do not think of balance sheets. When visitors gaze up at Brunelleschi's dome, they do not think of political factions. And yet, without the Medici, none of these works would exist. Cosimo funded the dome. Lorenzo sheltered Michelangelo. Their descendants preserved the collections. A dynasty becomes immortal when its investments become the world's treasures. The cultural afterglow of the Medici is not simply art. It is the belief that beauty is a form of public wealth. That artistic genius is not a luxury, but a societal necessity. That inspiration outlasts gold, and that the works of the human spirit should be elevated, protected, and shared. The second afterglow is philosophical. The Medici shaped the intellectual DNA of Europe. They funded humanism. They revived classical wisdom. They restored the study of Plato. They supported scholars who believed that humans were capable of greatness, that the world was meant to be understood, and that knowledge was a pathway to divine insight. This philosophy, human dignity, creative potential, moral agency, became the foundation of modernity. It influenced the Enlightenment, democratic thought, scientific exploration, and the very idea of individual achievement. When a modern entrepreneur speaks of innovation, they echo the Medici. When a scientist seeks connections between biology and physics, they echo the Medici. When an artist blends technology with imagination, they echo the Medici. When a thinker refuses to be limited by discipline, they echo the Medici. The Renaissance blueprint is not a relic. It is alive. It is the architecture of modern thought. The third afterglow is financial, and perhaps the most misunderstood. The Medici Bank collapsed. Yet the Medici approach to finance reshaped the Western world. Their introduction of double-entry bookkeeping, their refinement of letters of credit, their creation of decentralized branches, their mastery of risk distribution, all these innovations form the skeleton of modern banking. Even after their empire fell, their methods remained. Other banking families, Fuggers, Rothschilds, even modern financial giants, built on principles the Medici first refined. But the deeper financial afterglow lies in something subtler. The Medici demonstrated that wealth is not money. Wealth is influence. Wealth is networks. Wealth is reputation. Wealth is narrative. Wealth is culture. Their fortune could be seized. Their accounts could be emptied. Their branches could close. But their symbolic power endured. They married into European dynasties. They placed 2 popes on the throne of St. Peter. They raised queens of France. They shaped global politics long after their bank dissolved. This paradox reveals the deepest financial lesson of the Medici story. Money is temporary. Meaning is permanent. Capital decays. Culture compounds. Wealth fades. Legacy grows. That is why the last Medici, Anna Maria Luisa de' Medici, made one final act, an act so extraordinary that it crystallized the family's afterglow for all future generations. In her will, she gave every Medici artwork, every statue, every manuscript, every treasure to the city of Florence on one condition. None of it could ever leave the city. She created a covenant between the family and Florence that would outlast her bloodline. She transformed private wealth into eternal public wealth. She protected the Renaissance itself from being scattered, sold, or lost. It was the final Medici investment, the last act of convergence, the final thread connecting a vanished dynasty to an immortal legacy. And so, the Medici story ends not in silence, but in radiance, a family that rose through money, lost it, regained influence, lost it again, and ultimately discovered that the only wealth worth keeping is the wealth that elevates others. To understand the final phase of the Medici afterglow, one must look beyond Florence's monuments and beyond the artwork preserved by Anna Maria Luisa. One must look inward into the spiritual echo the Medici left behind. It is a quiet echo, almost imperceptible in daily life, yet woven into the fabric of how modern people think, create, and pursue meaning. For centuries, Europe viewed the Medici with suspicion. Bankers who became rulers, merchants who became princes, a family who bent the world through patronage, persuasion, and carefully orchestrated alliances. And yet, as time softened the edges of their story, something more profound emerged: the realization that the Medici operated according to deeper laws of reciprocity, alignment, and convergence that transcended politics and finance. By the time the dynasty ended, those laws had already seeped into the DNA of Western civilization. The spiritual afterglow of the Medici lies in their understanding that human potential is infinite when properly cultivated. Michelangelo was not destined to be a sculptor of divine figures. Without the Medici, he might have lived his life carving small tombstones. Leonardo might have remained a talented apprentice without access to manuscripts, thinkers, and patrons who recognized his genius. Botticelli might never have painted mythological scenes that still awaken awe today. The Platonic Academy might have been nothing more than scholarly conversations whispered in back rooms. The Medici did not create genius. They created conditions where genius could reveal itself. This is their spiritual legacy. You do not build greatness. You build environments where greatness becomes inevitable. This is as true for nations as it is for individuals, as true for businesses as it is for artists, as true for families as it is for cities. The Medici story reveals 3 spiritual truths that shape the afterglow of their dynasty. 1. True power is stewardship, not control. Cosimo did not view his wealth as a throne. He viewed it as a responsibility. He funded libraries, hospitals, orphanages, scholars, and public institutions not because he wished to be remembered, but because he believed wealth carried moral obligation. He understood that influence is the byproduct of service, not the reward for ambition. Modern society teaches accumulation. The Medici teach circulation. Circulation of money. Circulation of ideas. Circulation of opportunity. When wealth circulates, it grows. When wealth stagnates, it suffocates. This spiritual truth remains as relevant today as it was in 15th century Florence. 2. Legacy is built through alignment, not force. The Medici rarely ruled through brute strength. They ruled through harmony, aligning themselves with the emotional, cultural, and intellectual desires of their age. Lorenzo used poetry to soothe enemies. Catherine used diplomacy to stabilize kingdoms. Leo X used beauty to inspire devotion. Their power was rarely coercive. It was connective. This reveals another law. People do not follow power. People follow the presence that aligns with their inner world. When a leader speaks in tune with the spirit of their people, influence becomes effortless. When a family maintains alignment with the needs of their city, legacy becomes inevitable. The Medici lost power only when they broke this alignment, when arrogance replaced humility, comfort replaced responsibility, spectacle replaced substance. 3. The greatest wealth is meaning that outlives you. Anna Maria Luisa's Patto di Famiglia, the family pact, remains one of the most extraordinary legal acts in European history. By forbidding the removal of Medici cultural treasures from Florence, she ensured that their gifts would remain public, eternal, inseparable from the identity of the city. Her decision was not sentimental. It was strategic. It was spiritual. She understood that material wealth dies with the body, but cultural wealth becomes soul wealth for generations. A bank collapses. A ledger fades. A building crumbles. A throne wobbles. But a dome inspires souls for centuries. A sculpture awakens something eternal. A philosophy shapes minds long after its author's bones return to dust. The Medici left a final message hidden in their afterglow. Invest in what outlives you. This is not poetry. It is financial realism. A coin has a lifespan. A masterpiece has an afterlife. A building has a memory. A philosophy has a lineage. When we look at Florence today, its museums, its architecture, its libraries, we are not simply looking at history. We are looking at a portfolio of intangible assets that continue to yield emotional, cultural, and economic returns centuries after the original investment. This is the highest form of compounding, the afterglow as mirror. Standing in Florence today, over the Ponte Vecchio at dusk, as the river glows with golden light, one feels something difficult to articulate. A sense that the city remembers, that the stones are not merely old, but awake, that the Medici still walk these streets in spirit, their presence woven into the identity of the place. The afterglow of a dynasty is not nostalgia. It is continuity. It is the recognition that what we create, uplift, nurture, and preserve becomes the story other people live in long after we are gone. And thus, the Medici leave us with one final spiritual truth. You will not be remembered for what you owned. You will be remembered for what you set in motion. Their wealth is gone, their bloodline extinct, yet their impact expands. Their influence compounds. Their philosophy persists. This is the legacy of a family who understood meaning more deeply than money. In the next final chunk of the epilogue, we will close the Medici saga by exploring how their story forms a universal blueprint for anyone seeking purpose, influence, and long-term prosperity. The story of the Medici is not a tale about a family. It is not a tale about money. It is not a tale about political brilliance or artistic glory or papal ambition. It is a tale about aliveness, about what happens when human beings recognize the possibility within themselves and dare to cultivate it in others. It is the story of how a single belief, held across generations, can transcend time, that human potential, once ignited, becomes unstoppable. As we reach the final chapter of this long journey, the question that remains is simple. What does the Medici saga mean for us, living centuries later, in a world transformed by technologies, markets, and global networks the family could not have imagined? The answer lies not in their wealth, but in their worldview. The Medici blueprint for life, work, and wealth. When we extract the essence from across their rise, triumph, collapse, and afterglow, 4. Guiding principles emerge. Principles as applicable today as they were 600 years ago. 1. Invest in people, not things. Cosimo knew it. Lorenzo perfected it. Catherine weaponized it. Leo spiritualized it. The Medici did not accumulate wealth the way modern magnates do. They accumulated relationships, talent, loyalty, culture, knowledge, and influence. Their greatest returns came from investments that produced no immediate yield. Artists sitting at their tables, scholars debating under their roofs, architects sketching impossible domes in their notebooks. Their fortunes flowed not from possession, but from participation in human potential. The modern world teaches productivity. The Medici teach cultivation. One creates output. The other creates greatness. 2. Think in decades, not days. Catherine de' Medici mastered this. She ruled France day by day, but planned for futures she knew she would never see. The Medici way is long-horizon thinking. Cosimo planted seeds he knew his grandchildren would harvest. Lorenzo built alliances that would only bear fruit after his death. Leo X reshaped the Vatican knowing history, not his contemporaries, would judge him. Anna Maria Luisa secured Florence's cultural wealth for all time. To the Medici, urgency was tactical. Patience was strategic. This is why they outlasted rivals with greater armies, deeper pockets, and sharper blades. Everyone else played the moment. The Medici played the century. 3. Build meaning before money. The Medici did not build a financial empire. They built a symbolic empire. Money fluctuates. Meaning compounds. This is why the Medici survived the collapse of their own bank. This is why their influence grew even as their liquidity dissolved. This is why their name still echoes even though their bloodline has vanished. Meaning is the only asset that does not depreciate. Modern brands attempt to mimic this through identity and storytelling. But the Medici understood something deeper. Meaning is earned through contribution, not crafted through marketing. You cannot fabricate resonance. You must cultivate it. 4. Seek the intersections. Leonardo was not extraordinary because he was brilliant. He was extraordinary because he refused to choose between disciplines. Michelangelo fused anatomy with theology. Brunelleschi fused engineering with artistry. Machiavelli fused politics with philosophy. The Medici fused finance with spirituality, diplomacy, and humanism. They lived in the intersections. Modern society rewards specialization. But wealth, true wealth, lives at the crossroads of domains. When ideas meet, innovation appears. When skills overlap, genius awakens. When disciplines collide, new worlds are born. This was the Renaissance blueprint, and the Medici were its architects. The spiritual meaning of the Medici story. Beyond the principles, beyond the strategy, beyond the history, something deeper remains, a spiritual pulse running through the entire Medici narrative. It is the belief that human flourishing is sacred, beauty is a divine expression, knowledge is a form of prayer, Generosity is the highest form of power. Creativity is humanity's birthright. The Medici were not saints. They schemed. They failed. They collapsed. They caused suffering. They made grave errors. But in the long arc of their existence, they uplifted more than they destroyed. They illuminated more than they darkened. They expanded the boundaries of human possibility. This is the spiritual afterglow of their dynasty. To cultivate potential is to touch the eternal. A candle in your hand. As we close the Medici saga, imagine standing in Florence at night. The Arno whispers against the stones. The dome glows like a lantern suspended above the city. The statues seem almost alive in the moonlight. And the air carries something indescribable, a sense that you are walking through a story larger than yourself. This is the afterglow, and here is the truth it carries. Every one of us holds a candle. Some burn bright but briefly. Some burn slowly but endure. Some ignite others. Some illuminate worlds. The Medici held their candle for centuries. When their flame went out, the light they sparked remained. It still burns in every museum, every innovation, every idea that crosses boundaries, every act of patronage, every moment of creative courage. The Medici story is not a eulogy. It is an invitation to think bigger, to connect disciplines, to invest in meaning, to nurture talent, to protect culture, to uplift others, to build legacies that outlive our names. Tonight, you rest in the afterglow of a dynasty that moved the world without raising a sword. You rest in the presence of timeless principles, the laws that shaped Florence, the laws that shaped the Medici, the laws that now begin shaping you. Breathe slowly, as though the air itself has softened. Let the room grow quieter. Let the mind grow heavy. Let the body settle into a calm that feels ancient, familiar, inevitable. You are not here to work, not here to strive, not here to analyze. You are here to receive, to let your nervous system align with wisdom older than kingdoms, older than empires, older than the very stones of Florence. Tonight, you drift into the deep, warm current of reciprocity, a law the Medici mastered, a law the universe honors. As you breathe, feel a gentle truth settling around you. What you give returns. What you cultivate grows. What you uplift becomes your future. You are entering a state where these truths become effortless, where they do not need to be believed, only felt. In this quiet, your mind becomes a Florentine workshop, open to insight, open to inspiration, open to brilliance. The walls of the workshop glow faintly. The tools lie waiting. The marble is uncarved. And somewhere within this peaceful space, your future self has already begun shaping your destiny. Breathe again. Slow, gentle, steady. You are entering the law of alignment, the power that turned Giovanni into a pope, Catherine into a queen, Lorenzo into a cultural constellation. Alignment is effortless influence. Alignment is destiny walking toward you instead of away from you. Feel the tension in your chest dissolve as though your ribcage expands into a wider horizon. Feel the forehead soften as if your thoughts were exhaling. Feel your shoulders loosen as though burdens are sliding off like rainwater. You do not need to force outcomes anymore. You do not need to chase opportunities. You do not need to struggle through resistance. When you align with your inner current, the outer world rearranges itself quietly, naturally, faithfully. Tonight, the universe listens to your breathing, and it responds. Let yourself fall deeper, slowly, like a leaf drifting into a river that carries it exactly where it needs to go. Now, you enter the law of intersection, the Renaissance blueprint woven into your subconscious. The law that says you are not one identity, but many. Not one path, but a crossroads. Not one talent, but a constellation. Each breath you take melts the walls between your abilities. Each moment of calm lets your mind begin to integrate. Ideas that once lived separately begin moving toward each other. Skills that felt isolated begin intertwining. Your intelligence becomes holistic, natural, effortlessly creative. You are becoming a Renaissance mind. A convergent mind. A mind that sees connections others overlook. A mind that synthesizes instead of divides. A mind that transforms instead of imitates. The more you relax, the brighter this mind becomes. The more you release, the stronger its coherence grows. You do not need to try. Integration happens naturally in the state between waking and sleep. Right now, this very moment, the mind rewires itself through calm, through softness, through surrender. Now the next law rises gently like moonlight across the Arno. The law of meaning. This law says that wealth without meaning is hollow, but wealth aligned with purpose becomes unstoppable. Tonight, the universe begins weaving purpose into your future, into your decisions, into your instincts, into your business, into your creativity. Feel your breath deepen as though purpose is entering with every inhale. Feel your doubt dissolve as though clarity is leaving with every exhale. You are not drifting. You are aligning. And now, at the edge of sleep, at the threshold where consciousness becomes quiet, you enter the most sacred law, the law of return. What you give returns. What you nurture blossoms. What you invest in others becomes the architecture of your destiny. Generosity is not loss. Generosity is compound interest measured in invisible currencies. Currencies the Medici mastered. Currencies the universe recognizes. Tonight, your subconscious begins planting those seeds. Silently, patiently, faithfully. Let yourself drift, a little deeper, a little heavier, a little slower. Everything is unwinding. Everything is softening. Everything is aligning. This completes Chunk 1